How are we doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Monday. As of when I checked after the first hour, the metrics on the budget decks roundup was the worst performing video I've posted in the last month. So that is going almost exactly as expected. And running exactly as expected. Sungati, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate the prime. Token BG coming in hot for over a year and a half. Welcome back. I was like, it's hilarious when it works. I'm having a blast with it. Yeah, I've been winning a lot more than I've been losing with it. It's very good against Airship stuff. The Airship decks just cannot interact with you. What was I splitting? I upgraded a card one time on the free booster track, gamers. You are very, very bad at recognizing what audio sounds are. That's weird. Does anybody see me in the Marvel Snap category on Twitch? I don't see my stream appearing there. It looks like on my channel I'm categorized correctly. This is Marvel Snap. Oh, there we go. Must have had a weird lag. Looks like it's there now. Speaking of Airship. Do I want to do this? This location's awkward for us. Triggering Chavez a little bit less exciting given our hand. And then they had a random Korg to shuffle our Chavez bonus away. Yeah, that's brutal. It's gonna go ahead and bounce. Locations are bad, draws bad.
Escape.
Is Chavez actually better than Fastos in this deck? I'm not sure. It's the TLDR. Snap, alright, it's good. Hey, Hitchhiker. Hope your drive and your travels are good and safe. Opponent is a very deliberate, read slow Marvel Snap player. And Shaw finally being outside of Surfer. I mean, I think Shaw is good in this deck. This deck's very reasonable. Okay. gonna draw 4 more cards here still, so their Darkhawk's gonna end up at 9. I want to just pick where this goes. This is probably a retreat they have power, this Trino. MPL Karma, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. TC Patter, thank you for the 20 months. Oh, good golly, people are so slow at this game. But a good draw, chat. This was our stab. I was kind of hoping to get some more on Mysterio here. Because I kind of need to play to both sides. Remy, thank you for the 18 months. I think it's just this, but there's a real chance we lose, so.
Victory.
I'm playing this deck a lot. It's a lot of fun. I can put on a ton of power. Completely agree. So I played some off stream over the weekend, and this was the deck that I used. Going on, Fredwick. Thank you for the 80-month resubscription. I appreciate the over 6.5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. No, I started a gold conquest over the weekend, so we're finishing that. Ada Hill, thank you for the quarter of a year.
This land is always changing.
Oh, snap.
Appreciate you shouting out Rolk last weekend your stream. You're a primary staff streamer, and I've been enjoying watching him too. Awesome, Sabaticos. Yeah, there's a lot of great people making content in the Marvel Snap stuff. Marvel Snap segment. Mega Cord Smack, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate it. Can you play Namora decks, please? Maybe.
Opponent snapped.
Sure thing, bud. Oh, it ain't my end turn. Yep, good job. You know, it's funny, I was just thinking it would be great if I could draw Rogue, because then we could blob to get rid of our own deck. Work them a draw on the last turn. So I'll get to go blob next turn for 5, And then I can Darkhawk middle Mr. Sinister Wasp over here. What variant is that logo? That is Jim Lee Rogue, I believe. Unlucky. Terry Dodson, actually, it looks like. So I get for repeating Twitch chat. They're always wrong. So we're down 5 here if I play here. I think I do this and make them play for all 3. Honey. Are Loki players okay? Are Loki players okay? I don't think they could shag me here, plus beat me with one other card here or here. I'm betting 11 over here, up to 17. You got me, gamer.
Victory.
All right, have some adverts. We're gonna play the last round of Gold Conquest with this when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If they shake middle, it would make Rogue bigger too. Yeah, that's true. Yes, today's video is currently on track to be the worst performing video I posted in a long time, but that's okay. I think it's a video I think it's a video that has like long-term potential in terms of being something I reference a lot moving forward. Not that that'll necessarily mean it performs well. I expect similar to my economy video, despite it being something people need to hear. They won't want to click or watch it, but it is what it is. It means there's not many new players, right? I mean, every live service game like Marvel Snap has fewer new players coming in 2 years into its life cycle than right when the game started. Dark Place, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Also, it would be silly to assume that every new player who comes into a game like Marvel Snap is going to be invested in it enough right away to immediately start looking up videos and consuming content for it, right? Like, you have to remember that, like, the majority of people that play video games aren't watching streams of it on twitch.tv or seeking out videos for it on YouTube. I agree, Violet. It's honestly a bigger disconnect than my disconnect with even the old Loki decks, I feel like. Like, it's completely baffling and puzzling to me how good the Sweats seem to think this inbred Airship deck is. It is. I think this Airship deck that people think is the best deck right now is honestly the worst best deck Marvel Snap has ever had. Just like truly, genuinely. It's the worst deck I've ever heard the community laud as the best deck. Every time my Airship opponent Loki's this pre-pump deck, I just like fist pump internally. It's basically like a lose the game button for them. Like they good job taking two to four of my highly synergistic dex cards. Good luck, Godspeed, opponent. Yeah, I think Airship's gonna be another high evolutionary-esque card where like it'll be a good pickup for new players because it puts a lot of the power of the deck in a single card. So if you budget the rest of it, it's not too big of a deal. The inbred Airship deck really feels like a day one Airship deck where people said good enough and stopped experimenting. Yeah, completely agree. I watched Best Decks video yesterday, and they said the mandatory cards in Airship are Loki, Blah, Bleach, and I was just like, all questions. Yeah, they're just like, they're literally just not playing the same game the rest of us are. Is like my takeaway from videos like that. Violent Journey, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Buzz1, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, looks like we're still not going to be doing Gold Conquest today. We'll finish this one out here, but 2-minute queue times is not great. Oh no! They have a free Makari! Period. It was the game's anniversary in October. Do I want to Okoye here? I think I want to Okoye here because I think if I draw Nakia or Gwenpool, I want to be able to have a clean path to Nakia or Gwenpool and then Grandmaster out of. I guess I'll do this, but I'm not excited about it. Doing viewer decks today. Yeah, I take some viewer deck submissions. How do you deal with the junk archetype? This deck has a bad junk matchup. Get lucky or go next. Killmonger build. Oh, them Killmongering now is huge for us. It's actually a really big deal. Man, part of me wants to snap him back. The question is, how much do they put here? They'd be going to, say they play Surfer here. That would be 8, and then 8, they'd go to 31. The problem is the Nocturne means their points are everywhere. I think I do this and just play for everything. I don't think I'm going to snap them back. I think we're probably favored in this matchup long term. There's no reason to take a big risk here. You've got to be fucking kidding me. What a fucking joke. I think we would have died regardless. We would have died either way. I think we would have died either way. We're definitely dead now, but I think we were torched either way. Yeah, it's fine. We were dead either way. It's a bad beat, but we would have won the middle and lost left and right. Would have been +5 here and +4 here. It's not a big deal. It's one of those, feels a little bit bad, but isn't the end of the world. Want to make a note here that they are, in fact, a Killmonger variation of Surfer, so we will want to make sure we don't use Nico's Demon Mode.
Snap.
Monkey, thank you for the quarter of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Justiper, thank you for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. There's a correlation between Proving Ground, Sweating, and Aeroship. I mean, it's very common that people who are playing the perceived best deck are less likely to engage in Proving Ground communism. I think it's certainly the case. Hoping to Nova is really good for them. Probably Torched here. They've got nothing. Deal. You cannot replace Grandmaster in this deck. You should play a different deck. This deck is like C+, B- at absolute best, and it gets markedly worse if you cut one of its key enablers like Grandmaster. Don't take a only okay deck and make it worse by cutting important cards. If you had to pick one, which would you prefer, Nocturne or Jeff? Nocturne, and I actually don't think it's close. Scotch, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate it. Which do you prefer between Chavez or Bastos? I don't actually know the answer to that. Part of me wants to try a build where I play both and maybe cut Nico. Fastos is awkward in the games where you draw him and Nakia, but those games aren't necessarily plentiful. want to see where they play. Yeah, I thought about snapping, but if they play the same path where I storm, it's not great for me. I actually think it's a testament to how little people pay attention to the quality of my deck building, that whenever I bring up Neeko not belonging in a deck, people in chat are always like, "Erf derf, Jeff cut Neeko, he'd never cut Neeko." So it's like a somewhat common memeing on this channel. When people say shit like that, I actually think it's incredibly annoying. Because 1000% I only play Neeko in decks where she belongs. There's a number of decks she resoundingly does not belong in. Rossman, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Neeko has a very specific deck building requirement of you need at least 2 things to sacrifice / turn into a demon. And then this deck has kind of some awkwardness of is that a can't play high kill longer? What a sec. This deck has some awkwardness of the fact that you can't wait to play. You can't wait to play her till specific turns because you have such specific timing on things. Any thoughts to Carnage? I think I'd rather just punt the bad matchup of Clutter rather than play Carnage. I think when you're playing a deck that's like B+ at absolute best on a good day, you just have to accept that you're going to have bad matchups and take your licks. I think one of the interesting things to me that this deck has shown as I've played it is it's really reinforced in my mind that the community really settles on specific cards way too quickly, and they don't experiment nearly enough with any decks in this Marvel video game. There are so many people who have come in and been like, Jeff, where's Fastos? Why Fastos? Are you confident no Fastos? The answer to those questions is always a resounding no. Like, it's so difficult for one person to play enough games with something to be like, yes, I am very, very certain that this is optimal what we should be doing. I feel like I see a lot of people playing Clog. There are a lot of content creators playing Clog decks. Per metrics on Untapped and other things, Clog is not that popular. Snap has the least imaginative player base of any card game I've ever played. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think that is an accurate statement that I agree with. My last card is Okoye, so this Chavez doesn't really do anything. I guess getting her out of my hand means she's less likely to take a buff, though. Oh, Snape. We're not gonna play 2 to 8. Gonna be Grandmaster plus Shaw. I mean, if my Absorbing Man's gonna land like that, yes. I think trading out 7 power on the right for 4 is not necessarily good. And I don't really have space for Mr. Sinister on this board. This matchup felt tough. They have a lot of good tools. We also lost a coin flip here at the end, right? Like if it's probably not that bad, honestly, thinking about it. We had a couple of games like this where if I just like put my big thing in the opposite spot, we like crush them completely. So we needed my Shaw to be on the same side as their Shaw to win the game. I have a favorite deck right now. I think it's this one. It's this or the bounce deck.
Snap.
Lost a coin flip. They must have been sniping.
Opponent snapped.
You want to cut Nico for Hope? I think that sounds awful. I think if you want more energy, in fact, I don't even really want to play a full game here without it. I'm gonna swap Nico for Fast Nose.
Escape.
I think is the change I'd like to make. I think Hope actually makes your board space problems worse because she incentivizes you to put a bunch of cards in one spot when on the last turn of the game you want to be spread out. Do you still think the discard Gwenpool deck is the best Gwenpool deck? So that's you projecting / putting words into my mouth that I didn't say. So I believe I said something along the lines of the discard Gwenpool deck felt like the most powerful thing I had played. And I tend to be very careful in the way that I choose my words around things like that. Because I try to be cognizant of the fact that my experience is not necessarily reflective of everything else. And I try to make it very clear when I'm telling an anecdote that it's an anecdote and not something that should be data-driven. Because talking about things like best versions of things should be very data-driven, not purely anecdotal. Fallen Seas, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that.
Opponent snap.
Did you buy the 4K credit bundle? Yeah, it was a free variant. Good morning, Jeffrey. No fast drops here or anywhere else on Twitch. Apologies that you were misled by less than savory Marvel Snap gamers. Gosh, I think I'm vibing on this. It's close though. What was the last card I played? Grandmaster? I'm hoping this goes center. has one really big card they're about to draw. I'm gonna play to all three, right? We're gonna gain 18 on the left, going up to 23 there. It's basically the case every time I've played this deck. My opponent played the card Loki, and then subsequently didn't really play a real game of Marvel Snap after because Loki's not very good. Have you been enjoying Marvel Snap lately? I know some people have had negative feelings on the Airship, and truly, genuinely, I say this coming from a place with as much love as I possibly can, and not hostility. If you are not having fun in the current Marvel Snap metagame, I think you desperately need a break, and there's probably not a Marvel Snap metagame you're going to have fun with. I think you are likely incredibly burnt out and need to just go explore and do other things. I think the current Marvel Snap metagame is one of the best Marvel Snap has ever had. There are so many playable, reasonable Marvel Snap decks. I think it's awesome. I think Arishem is the weakest, best deck Marvel Snap has ever had, and there are so many things that are competitive against it, and I personally am not even convinced the Arishem deck is actually the best deck and isn't simply just popular because Arishem is novel. Someone sent me a Hydra Bomb deck. I still have to do some weekend missions. All right, let's load this up. Looks like a pile of reasonable Marvel Snap cards. I like a lot of these cards. Bots will never play Series 4 or 5 cards. It's an easy way to identify you're not playing against a bot, FYI. Any reason, in your opinion, we're seeing less Cannonball after yours in practically every deck weeks ago? Yeah, they reworked Professor X, which was this toxic card. Play something with the Hulk in it! Sounds good, not my dance. There are a couple of high Evo builds I wanted to try, so maybe we'll do that. How come Loki is not good? Loki is only good if your opponent's deck is constructed in an incredibly poor manner, so it's playing a bunch of cards that are good against itself. And if you are bad at deck building, and you build your deck in that manner, Loki is good against you. But if you're reasonable at deck building, even marginally above average, that's just not a thing that's going to happen to you. And you're gonna be A-okay. People unironically complain about Arishem and Loki while putting Darkhawk and Rogue in their Arishem deck. Darkhawk and Mystique in their Aeroship deck. Oh no! Died to Loki! Put a bunch of cards that beat my own deck in the deck! There is no possible way we could have prevented this outcome! Fuck Loki! Artigath, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back, appreciate it. Alright, 2x Nico? 2x Nico? That's not the 2x Nico I wanted for Christmas. Am I playing her? If I draw Sasquatch, I'm gonna wish I played her. If I draw anything else, I want to wait. Loki being universally good in super beer heavy formats is funny. I think it's not. I don't even think it's funny. I think it's just genuinely good game design. Truly, entirely, I think it is good game design that Loki is a card that exists to beat people who are hard teching for mirrors. All right. Munchlax, thank you for the deck submission. We'll see how that goes. We've tried some Professor X and Cerebro 2 before, and it's felt pretty mid. I find Loki dull, I hate playing mirror matches, and he makes any game he's played in a mirror. I actually think that that's objectively not true. And I think this current deck that I'm playing is a wonderful example of why it's not true. I think, oh, we beat that on the breaker, yeah? Sick. We're up 11, they're up 9. So, sorry, not this deck. The deck I was playing before this. There are very explicitly a number of decks that take multiple turns to set up and need key combinations of cards where Lokiing them does not just make your game a mirror. The hand pump deck is the easiest example I have offhand, where like every time they Loki you, you're not playing a mirror, they're just playing an awful deck where they got a bunch of cards that generally speaking don't overlap or work with each other. Yeah, discard's another example of a deck that you're not just playing a mirror when your opponent Lokis you. I think a lot of the complaints about Loki are super reductionist and ignore the fact that you could make better deck building choices to not have the things you're saying that are true be true. But you'd rather just complain about Loki as a card rather than acknowledge that you have agency in how you build your deck. What's hand pump? You check out my best decks video from over the weekend. It was featured in there. Have some adverts, chat. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I think what you're saying there, Cirrus, is also not true. Don't play synergy-based decks. I actually think, I've heard other people give that take, and it's actually a little puzzling to me. The most synergy-based decks tend to be the ones that are best against Loki. In fact, I would go so far as to say, Destroy is like the one synergy-based deck that Loki is good against because of how Death and Null function being symmetrical. But other synergy decks, the hand pump deck, discard, stuff like that, tend to be ones that are really good into Loki. When you're saying play synergy, sure. I mean, I've heard a lot from people that Loki is good against synergy decks, which is not true. The one synergy deck that Loki is good into is Destroy. It's the exception to the rule. How's our budget deck list video performing so far? Did it recover? I changed the title on it because it was not great. Ooh, after updating the title, it's no longer the worst thing I've posted in the last month. It's the second worst thing. Okay, that's progress. That's progress. I believe, chat. I believe. Therapin, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Nardo, thank you for the entire year. Let's get your sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. You have a video on the priority series 4-5 cards. I have an updated tier list video here. My thoughts on series 4-5 cards to get. Do I want 2 boobs? Why not? 2 boobs sounds fun. EJ, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate it. Whew, I'm glad they don't have my 1/6 bobs. I guess they can have Sage here now, though. Rocket butt. Mysterio has really been to Sinister London. We're probably gonna turn this off with Nocturne here. We'll give it one more here. All right, Rocket Butt's gonna move. We'll see how this goes. I'm staying. All right, go right, Sage. Nailed it. Am I better off White Widowing mid or Mysterio and Jeffing mid? Close. Gotta mute them before the end. Sorry, motor. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose left and right here, unfortunately. Outcome we were concerned about. Damn, I win with literally any card here. Unlucky. Hey, thanks for the 7 months, Dale. Welcome back. Are we supposed to punt left here? Maybe? I don't know. It's just a coin flip, right? If they punt left, then we also lose still. Despotic Bear, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. They obviously stream sniped you because they lost a 50-50. I mean, obviously, that's the only way I'd ever lose a 50-50. I got a 1-5 on the cloning match. What if I get a 1-6? Ooh. Piece of candy. Anybody have a good Galactus deck? No, thankfully. That's the answer to that question. Hey, Beck, thank you for coming back for the 69th month. Appreciate it. It's a long time. See, this has such awkward tension. I want to play Mysterio to make Mockingbird cheap, but if I play Mysterio this turn, then my Gwenpool's worse next turn, right? Phantom 2K, thank you for the 14 months. And Mockingbird Mysterio. Mysterio's a weird one, throwing me for a loop a little bit in their pile. Madam, thank you for the 58 months. Appreciate it. All right, Gwenpool, load the teddy bears. All right, hit Mysterio 6 times, please. Twice, could be worse. Maybe I should have put the real Mysterio on the left. So remember, we're +4 in the middle, but so are they with the Ant-Man. Got him! Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? No problems here.
Victory.
I don't know that it's necessarily skill level based, Golrath. This deck definitely has a lot of tension between what it wants to play out when. Especially if you're Gwenpool. This deck's a really awkward Gwenpool on 5 deck. You really need Gwenpool on exactly 4 because it's important that you play your Mysterio on 5. And if you don't have Mysterio, your Sasquatch and your Mockingbird are both very clunky. What's going on, Massive? Good morning and welcome to Hooglandia. No fast drops here or anywhere else on Twitch. You gotta watch 6 hours total of Marvel Snap content between this channel and anywhere else to get your free Wolverine variant and some credits before the 22nd. You still got a week to do that, so plenty of time to consume 6 hours of content. Echoplex, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. mean, they're an airship deck, so I'm just gonna take a mulligan on the District X game.
Escaped.
See my there. Amount of energy here. The Brockdick, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome, or the 19 months. Welcome back. I saw the 9 and my brain deleted the 1. Morning, good morning. White Widow with Dark Dimension and more eggs, probably pretty solid for us. I always used to assume the fast drop things was a meme, but tuning in here for a while has made it clear how wrong that I was. Yeah. Is unfortunately not the case.
Oh, snap.
Although, you know, snapping here might actually be wrong. Our build is kind of mediocre, our build is kind of mediocre against Loki, because we have more generically good cards. Grandmaster's super awkward in this list, huh? Because if you're Grandmastering Gwenpool, you're not playing Mysterio that turn. If you're not playing Mysterio, then you can't Mockingbird and Sasquatch efficiently.
Victory.
Loki for 6 on turn 3. Opponent snaps. Retreat. Yup. Average Marvel Snap experience. It's truly incredibly baffling to me
Snap.
that people are so high on this card. I don't get it. This is silver. Yeah, I forgot to snap on one last game. Let's just snap on one and get it over with. Hydra Bomb is really fun. I feel like you probably find most Marvel Snap cards fun if you find Hydra Bomb fun. He's just a complete... I guess his animation is kind of neat. But, like, as far as, like, a gameplay mechanics go, he's really just not particularly interesting. No, it's fine to enjoy everything. He's just, like, not doing anything particularly unique or novel. This hand's a good snap on one anyways. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Our hand is solid.
This just in.
Opponent snapped or you snapped, yes.
I am Groot.
Okay. I see my opponent snapped us this game because they were gonna play a good card instead of Loki. That's smart. You wanna snap when you're gonna play your good cards instead of Loki. you say Viper is a bad card? Yes. You play Sage mid. No, I think I want to conceal that power. If I draw exactly Sasquatch, I'm sad, but my odds of drawing Sasquatch are 1 in 4, so... Or I guess 1 in 3, because we know Hydro Bob is missing. Okay, so if I operate under the assumption that the real Mysterio is here, they're at 12. How big is this here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And then assuming Nocturne doesn't fuck us here, we just win the game, yeah?
Victory.
Okay, like I've said a number of times, the Aeroship Loki deck is the worst best deck Marvel Snap has ever had. I'll be curious to see what happens in the card update changes on Thursday. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're super like, yeah, it's not clear to me that it's definitely the most popular deck. It's the most popular deck as an objective measure. It's not clear to me that it's the best deck in the format. By any means. People ask you how you think they should nerf Aeroship. I mean, literally the only way they can really nerf Aeroship is making him add more cards to your deck, right? They have one knob to turn. They can make him start in your hand? Sure. I think that's pretty unlikely, though. Is there collection level base matchmaking in Silver? Collection level base matchmaking basically doesn't exist past like 3,000 or 4,000 or so, or somewhere in there. It's all the same.
Oh, snap.
I'd be really surprised if Aeroship stats are good enough to justify having it start in your hand. I also think the make him start in your hand similar to Thanos is far less interesting than simply adding more cards to the deck. I think if they were gonna make changes, they would want to make changes that lead into the identity of the card, and that doesn't do it. I'll be very disappointed in the Marvel Snap team if they make any changes to Aeroship on Thursday. I also think it tracks that we shouldn't expect them to in general, because the Second Ditto team has been on the record talking about how they need at least 2 weeks worth of data to make changes to things. So we're not at that point for that card yet. Oh, Glennon commented in Discord that adding more cards is what they do. That's good to know. That doesn't surprise me. Yes, exactly that. They made Thanos start in your hand as a way to encourage people to build decks around it. Not because that's what they optimally wanted everybody to be doing. LOL. Before anybody asks, I already pushed the button. Getting that freebie there feels important because outside of Nico and Nocturne interacting with Limbo, we do not have a lot of ways to interface with Tribunal stuff here. Wow, Black Vortex for a second game in a row? Wake up, sheeple, the locations are as random as the Earth is flat. What's your prediction of how much Spotlight variants are going to cost in the shop? My called shot is 3,000. It's 2,000, 2,400, or 3,000. Those are my three numbers. I think they need to be expensive enough that you still feel compelled to use keys to get them. If locations are truly random, then how do you explain the pyramids? Checkmate, liberal. They've confirmed that Spotlight variants will cost gold. Ooh, that's actually pretty good to Nidavellir. But they're also an Iron Man deck, so I assume we're torched. Math. I'm adding 14, 18, so I'm gonna go to 27 everywhere. Let's say they play Living Tribunal here. That would be 14, 19,
Opponent snapped.
24, 32, 64, plus 4, plus 11, 79 divided by 3. I'm actually beating Living Tribunal Middle by 1 point. But I guess I lose to Onslaught. Did I lose to Onslaught left? I don't actually know. Man, I think I lose to I think I lose to Onslaught right, but I beat Living Tribunal mid. Whoo! Doggy! What a lovely violent girl she is. What a lovely violent girl she is! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I wasn't prepared for the Red Hulk stage, but thankfully Nocturne had all of our bases covered. They are playing negative Red Hulk, yes. That'll do, pig. That'll do. What would you say was the worst meta this game has had? Something that involved Professor X and Original Goliath. There's a handful of others that weren't good, but numero uno, largest pile of donkey doo-doo. Original Goliath is the cake taker for me. Nah, I think Original Goliath is worse than that for me, Duck. I could be recency bias, but I don't know. When people were leech leadering, I was playing a lot of Titania Moon Girl She-Hulk. So like, I don't know that I can count that as worst possible metagame for me. Rocket butt. I actually genuinely did not find Blob Thanos nearly as offensive as the other ones. Blob Thanos was the case of a deck that was much better than everything else, but it was at least a deck that lets you, like, play the game, even if its numbers were better than most other things. And that's kind of where I draw my line. The worst metagames for me personally aren't the ones where the best deck is necessarily too strong on power level. It's the ones where the best deck is stopping me from getting to actually play the game. God. Thanks, Nocturne. Appreciate you. Yeah. Our deck seems real awkward, gamers. Does this ever win it? I think if we're winning, it involves doing this. White Widow is such a good Marvel Snap card. Holy.
Victory.
Mazai, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Batwick, welcome to Hoaglandia. No fast drops here or anywhere else on the Twitch platform. You gotta watch a total of 6 hours of Marvel Snap. And that can be all here, it can be here and some other places as well between now and the 22nd to get your Wolverine variant. Unfortunately, the streamers that have your commands telling you your drops are going to go quicker are lying to you. Real scuzzy behavior in the community. Do you expect Ajax release will be similar to Annihilus where every deck will just have Luke Cage in it? I mean, Luke Cage ain't gonna do nothing to my Typhoid Berry making my Ajax bigger. Typhoid Berry away Luke Cage away video gamers. They're gonna Viper you a Luke Cage, yep. We've played against more Airship than anything else so far today by a lot. But also, have we lost a single match to it? Maybe we lost one at some point. I'm gonna have to go back and check. You play Yellow Jacket and Ajax deck. That's a cute idea. Hate that. I'll leave her there for now. We'll go ahead and pull this turn. Punished for not putting Gwenpool on the side. Probably should have. So they're virtually +4 higher in the center if they fill. That kind of puts them at 21. If they move this here, they go to 26, which means I can't compete. We are going to eat shit to a Shang-Chi this game, the way things have lined up, huh? Other than that, things are looking kind of A-okay. I suppose Blob here plus move Nocturne can get us. Probably Shang-Chi with them playing 2 cards. They're only 1 and 3 to have Shang-Chi though, so you know. Got me, you got me. I also don't think it's a surprise that our first deck to lose to Erishim is this pile of cards that feels kind of mid, featuring Hydra Bub. You know, I don't think this deck that we're playing is, I gotta take an ad break, we're gonna move on to our next viewer pile. I don't know that I think this deck is bad, but it feels less interesting and less powerful than a lot of the other Gwenpool decks I've been playing. I think if I wanted to do the Mysterio, Mockingbird, Sasquatchy good stuff, I'd rather play like some of the Theta type builds that have gone around in the past. And this deck definitely has awkward tensions. You basically want to Gwenpool on 4, Mysterio on 5, and like those draws feel like I'm doing something genuinely powerful, but the draws where I don't go Gwenpool into Mysterio, my deck does not feel like I'm doing that strong of anything. And in addition to not having a consistently big linear draw, this deck list also doesn't have any interactive bits, right? So the theoretical ceiling on how big of a number we can make is relatively low, while simultaneously not being interactive. So I think it's got enough good cards in it that you'll like feel okay and win plenty of games. Like I think we won more than we lost, but compared to the power level of other recent things I've been doing, this didn't feel stellar. All right, have some adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds for our next viewer deck. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Rocky Combo, thanks for the tip, I appreciate it. We've got 2 up in front of you. So we'll be to that one in a little bit. Next one is a request to play something with the Hulk in it. Probably something high Evo. Oh, I wanted to give this one a try. Taco Hulk's a lovely lad, chat. He's here and he's ready to share. Is Makari a must-have for Surfer and Dryers? Must-have is a strong word. It depends on if you're playing Gwenpool or not. I think Makari is really important for the Gwenpool Surfer, but for the non-Gwenpool Surfers, which are still competitive, she's less important. I know YouTube chat is slow, but do you read it? Sometimes it's on my screen, but it's not in my normal field of view. Also, just because I don't directly acknowledge something doesn't mean I didn't read it. Sometimes people say things that just aren't worth acknowledging. Oh, Rocky, I like this deck. Namora Scar build. This one had really good stats, and then just like disappeared. And I bet it's another one of those decks just like really stellar that people stopped playing because it wasn't shiny and new anymore. Curious to see how that one feels. Namora feels like one of the most underrated cards right now. She's so good. Is it feeling really good into Aeroship blobs? Yeah, that makes sense. It just like makes numbers better than them more consistently. Hey, Sagely, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. Some folks have been commenting on my wonderful clothing. You're gonna check out Fabletics. They're a sponsor of the stream this month. You can save some extra dollar dues on their purchase by checking out their VIP membership.
Behold my creations.
Ooh, as I bump my hand on my desk, grabbing my man out, sent me a whole box of wonderful stuff. Which is really convenient timing because I've lost so much weight this year, humble brag, that most of my shorts and pants don't fit particularly well without a heavy lift from a belt. So got a bunch of things that actually fit in my waist again, which is nice. What weight am I aiming for? I am about 15 pounds off of my goal of 170. I am almost exactly 6 foot, so somewhere between like 160 and 180 is a good target. Am I standing? I am currently standing. Yes, I have a sit-stand desk, so I split my time between sitting and standing. What do we think of? Nah, it's probably just this, yeah. That's gonna do this. I think it's this into this into this. It's my curve. My calorie counting. I think calorie counting is a phenomenal way to make you hate yourself and not actually end up losing that much weight. So no, I am not counting every calorie that I consume. Oh yeah, I guess the Enchantress is only one less, huh? That's a good call. It would turn off the Widow's Kiss though. That's probably still better. I aim to be conscious of the amount of calories in the things that I consume, but by and large, I just make a point to eat less. Especially in America, the serving sizes of most meals you're going to get prepared in a lot of places is way more calories than you need a day. What's my preferred type of exercise? Beat Saber. Although my PSVR 2 is broken at the moment. I need to spend an evening on a call with them and get it sent in for RMA. Johnny Sykes, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. I've got some 3.5 pound arm weights that strap to each of my forearms that I Beat Saber for 45 minutes to an hour, a few days a week. How many gold cards do you think you're missing? Why think what I can know? I have 229 gold splits on cards currently.
Oh, snap.
I wouldn't be surprised if this archetype is one of the ones that has a bad Aeroship matchup. I don't know that our numbers are going to consistently be able to go bigger than what they do. Beat Saber stream when? Most of the music on Beat Saber is not stream safe. It is incredibly copyrighted. Sokovia took away their card. They could play into Hawkeye, get fucked Buttercup.
I'm about to juice this up.
A White Widow is kind of a combo with the Thing as well, huh? Gives you an extra target. You have, okay, you know, maybe I take back my Airship comment, because they just Loki'd into a deck full of vanilla cards, which sounds freaking great for us, yeah? Barbarian, thank you for the happy year, I appreciate that, welcome back. Think I have to respect them putting 2 cards in the left tier.
It's clobbering time.
Cool.
Victory.
Enchantress Split is better. Yeah, actually, when people throw the word God Split around a lot, this is actually a God Split. I think with Ajax, we'll see more high Evo decks. I mean, yes. It's one of the easy... This style of deck is one of the easy things that, like, meets his requirement. I don't know that it'll be good, but it'll definitely be something people play in the short term to try and figure it out. This'll be an easy content creator special shove Ajax into the existing established deck that supports him. Any hope for Spider-Woman? I mean, I do have a stellar variant that's gold backed, so here's hoping. Hey, Boomflex, thanks for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Think we're dead. We'll see. If they don't fill this turn, and then we can armor plus abomination next turn, we might be okay.
It's clobbering time.
This is Proving Ground, so I'm just gonna stay because it's the Proving Grounds.
I still believe in heroes.
I'll come a little bit short, yeah. Fortunate death to Professor X Cheese. Nick Fury generating a helicarrier is save for the flavor moment. Professor X, I've started encountering, in the last few days, I've started encountering Professor X plus good move cards. Have you seen some of them? Yeah, we played a bit of it on stream. Dexter helped popularize that. The metrics on that deck are pretty middling on Untapped overall, and in my anecdotal experience playing it, it didn't feel like it was particularly powerful. I felt like the deck 100% lived or died based on its ability to cheese out a win with Professor X. Well, that's sad. I wanted Misty Knight to trigger this turn, and now she will not. Jiff, in the past, you've been critical of playing Marvel Snap card with other thing. I see you now playing that other thing. Can you articulate why you changed? Yes, my dear video gamer. I changed or am trying something, not because I think it is good, but because I'm someone who possesses the ability to think critically and am willing to try things that I think seem bad from a theory perspective. Because I acknowledge that just because something is bad doesn't mean I shouldn't try it because other people are having success with it. So I copied this list off the internet, and despite playing Shang-Chi with armor looking really clunky on paper, this deck had okay metrics, so I'm giving it a try. Because you can and should be willing to reform opinions when presented with new information. And maybe my opinion won't change afterwards, but it might, so I'm giving it a try. They white queened my Hulk. This beats them playing my Hulk, though, so I think we do that. What in Gnome? Thanks for hanging out, appreciate it. Is that a real Agatha? It is in fact a real Agatha.
Victory.
Is She-Hulk possibly better than Hulk in this? I think this archetype, when it's playing Abomination, very rarely wants to pass a full turn to make She-Hulk super cheap. I also think regular Hulk being very large is very good. Also, regular Hulk has tacos. She-Hulk has no tacos. Kind of makes it an easy choice.
Behold my creations.
Snap. Victory.
Behold my creations.
Oh, snap.
Soft shell or hard shell tacos, chat? Can I take the position of neither of those are typically delicious enough to be worth the calories, and I would rather just eat the delicious contents of what's typically in the taco on my own with a fork? Like even before I was dieting, that was about my position. Oh, most bread just isn't. I'd rather just like eat other. If I'm gonna have empty calories from something, I'd rather it be like a piece of candy or a slice of cake. Hey, give me a quality piece of sugar. You're gonna give me a bunch of empty calories. I think we're dead. I think Bifrost. Their Nagger neck is probably not great.
Escaped.
Where does Ajax fit into this deck? Does he? Is like just getting a thing trigger enough for Ajax? That's gonna be the question you have to ask, right?
Behold my
It's like how many triggers does Ajax need to be worthwhile? So he starts as 5/7, and when Gilgamesh was on average a 12, that wasn't enough. So you probably need like 6+ things afflicted in order for Ajax to be good, which really feels like a kind of a tall order. And I don't know that a deck like this is going to meet that order. Blood Rage Engage, thank you for the prime. Is it Ajax on reveal? No, it's ongoing. Thanks for providing so much Marvel Snap content. I find your economy guides, spotlight cash previews, and meta updates very useful. Presenting your position and snaps as well as other topics. Thanks, Wizrobe. Appreciate the quarter of a year. Speaking of guides that I work on, if you didn't check it out yet, you should check out my budget decks roundup today. When they White Widow you and the Widow's Bite has 5 points of power. Lovely. Discovered on YouTube recently. I've been loving the content. Thanks, Blood Rage. Appreciate you dropping over on the Twitch side and giving a little bit of direct support like that. Those subscriptions are a big part of why I'm able to do what I do as my job. Yes, Ajax was updated to 5/7 to start. So if you have 6 things in play that are afflicted, he'll be 5/13. Why would she say knowledge is power? Probably because she's a Democrat. I think I need to do this before they clutter me. Circe. Usually the move builds of Clutter don't have Circe. Yeah, Ajax's ceiling is really high. There's a good chance we're gonna die to a cannonball, but it is what it is.
It's clobbering time.
Just really hoping to draw a regular Hulk there. Just now discovering you can hover over the untapped overlay to read card abilities. Yeah, that was added a couple weeks ago. It's relatively recent still. Are we dead to Cannonball? Cannonball only puts them to 3 here, right? Oh, we died to Cannonball over here, yeah? Yeah, use the Cannonball to the right. So I needed to, if I would have armored on the right, would we have won? Yeah, totally. I could have armored on the right, and then we would have been, plus 3. No, armor wouldn't have done it, right? I would have had, this is 1. No, I would have won by 1 if I would have armored, because we would have had a 9 and a 3, so I'd have had 12, 16, 13 here, and they would have been 12. I almost armored over the High Evolutionary too. We use Aegis Bot for a second abomination, then I lose to a Green Goblin that we know that they have, Break Force. So I don't think that's a possibility. I think we're always filling out 6.
Behold my creations.
That would have made your Sunspot vulnerable to Cannonball, but I was winning the left if they cannonballed the Sunspot, so that didn't matter.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Does Evo take all the boosters like Agatha? No. Agatha only takes the boosters because she plays the cards for you. So giving Agatha all the boosters is the way they want to kind of hold off people farming boosters with the script. It's against the terms of service, but it doesn't mean people wouldn't do it. Oh. Almost played the Star-Lord left too. I've been loving the Gwenpool Fastos deck. Yeah, it's been really strong for me. The public stats in it are only okay, but they're winning significantly more than I'm losing with it. God, playing this archetype against Red Hulk is so demeaning. It feels so bad. I think I do this, and then I play this for 4 next turn. Playing against Clutter 2 matches in a row. Insert comment about when did the game only become Clutter matchups here. I honestly am gonna be kind of surprised if something like this ends up being a good home for Ajax. I feel like this core already has a lot of expensive cards. I'm not sure that you have room for another.
I found a rock.
Okay, so they're actually in like a really mediocre spot, yeah? Because if they play left, the Titania jumps over, and if they don't play left, I win with the Cyclops trigger. I think it's just this. Cool. Got him.
Got him.
We beat the Red Hulk with my High Evolutionary deck? That seems like cheating.
Victory.
Just replace High Evo with Ajax. It's big brain building right there. They could have Green Goblin, sure, but I think we win the other two if they Green Goblin.
Behold my creations.
Snap.
Ajax feels like he's gonna be Gilgamesh 2.0, so an incredibly playable new card that's gonna take a previously bad archetype and put it onto the map? I don't know. Calling Ajax Gilgamesh 2.0 with the implication that that means it's not gonna be good is very silly. Angela into the Danger Room is an interesting choice. Definitely feels like they should have flipped those. So they're at a virtual +4 on the left. On, watch the stream to get drops. The final drops reward happens after you've been watching for 6 hours total. Part of me just wants to pass here. Is that a good draw, chat? I don't think. This gives me a +3 in the middle, and it puts me up 12 on the right, which means I'm beating Theta, getting bigger. I think this plays to all three really cleanly.
Victory.
I saw a brew for Ajax. I was playing Typhoid and Luke. Yep. Accurate.
Behold
I'm sure there will be a lot of those.
creations.
I mean, you just don't want to play Luke in your Typhoid deck with Ajax because you'll miss, the, what's it called? Am I playing you? I really want to play Scorpion on 2, I think, despite having Hulk in hand.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Typhoid Berry turn 4, Ajax turn 5, Luke Cage turn 6. Oh, no, I'm gonna give you 10 minutes to go read all the cards. When you come back, you can tell me why we timed you out. I assume they're joking. I've been on Twitch long enough, twitch.tv long enough to know that they are not. Why would you skip Misty Because I wanted the Hulk to get bigger. Auto win for the opponent, maybe. Maybe that was it. That could be the piece I was missing. Auto win for someone, just not for us. English only in chat, please. Can Ahmad please Google translate that and let me know if it was appropriate or not?
Hey, I found a rock.
Hey, I found the rock.
It's clobbering time.
Lovely, thank you. Feels like we're probably dead. Nope! Got him. As you will, video gamer. Thank you for the over 5 years, Mage Cub. Welcome back.
Victory.
Behold my creations.
I think this is much better for us than them. Although I guess if they're a Nocturne deck, that dynamic can change. They get to control whether or not there's an additional turn. Yeah, we need Cyclops for Kill real bad. What a lovely draw. Declined putting Ravoda on Onslaught Citadel is interesting. It's hard to be too upset with the outcome so far. Like, they invested a lot of resources into winning Kiln. Yeah, the problem here is I'm going to take priority, and then I'm not going to be able to Enchantress / interact with their Hawk on the right, so we're probably dead.
Opponent snapped.
Good staff from the opponent, if a good bit sweaty on the full Ropus before they do so.
Behold my creations.
This Conquest or Friendly Battles? Are there people that stream Friendly Battles?
Breaking news.
Oh, snap.
Is that a thing you open twitch.tv and see? Loopy does it. Okay, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen him do that. I watch a bit of Loopy. I don't think I've ever seen him do that before. Some viewer rewards. Okay, that makes sense. This is an engagement thing periodically, but it's not like the entire day is viewer battles, right? They have it as a channel point reward. That tracks.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Alright, I'm just gonna permanently ban you. Because I verbally called out twice why your first message was deleted. And you weren't banned, it was deleted. Now we're just gonna go ahead and send you to the Shadow Realm in perpetuity. You get 6,000 tokens or choose between Widow and Sage. Which would you choose? Probably the one I wanted to play Games of Marvel Snap with. The Thing's animation is very good, agreed. Nocturne giving them a free win in the center most likely is tough.
It's clobbering time.
Feels dead again. Feels dead again. Yeah, this is definitely a matchup where our tech cards look super awkward.
Escape.
Shang-Chi and Enchantress might as well be textless 4 energy cards. Doesn't feel great.
Behold my creations.
The games we're winning in this set definitely seem to involve Abomination. He's been a really good stat line for us.
Hey, I found a rock.
Oh, I'm getting a freebie for Darkhawk feels bad. Sage is not replaceable by Wolfsbane. I think it really depends on the deck that you're playing. I think there are a number of decks that you can sub Sage in for Wolfsbane and it's perfectly fine. Would it be better to have another trigger for Abomination like Wasp instead of one of the tech cards? I mean, if I was playing a different matchup and I cut Shang-Chi for Wasp, but it was a matchup where Shang-Chi was good, we'd be having the opposite conversation. I think in general, one of the singular worst things you could do in Marvel Snap is constantly make changes to your Marvel Snap deck based on the current matchup that you are playing. As Second Dinner said, when they plan through their next X-Men versus Avengers kind of thing. From my poking at Second Dinner people, it seems like the imbalanced things aren't something they're super interested in, which is unfortunate. I liked it. Wish they would bring them back. Let's make this the game. Okay, spot. Rad, thank you for the brand new Prem. Appreciate it. It's been a long time since we had one at this point, right? I think that's actually really good for us, yeah? Because now I have a bunch of points in the Vibranium Mines, and I don't need to play there. I think it's just this. And we soak a little bit more. And then honestly, we might not even play Hulk on the last turn. You want to play Sarah? No, I think I want to do this. Sarah would let me Abomination and Hulk on the last turn. Correct, but it would mean that I would miss Cyclops triggers. Which I think would be bad. Do they ever Juggernaut? Yeah, I mean, Juggernaut's one of the cards they could play. Let's do this. Do you need Cyclops triggers? Before this last turn, I think I did, yeah. I think I wanted to make sure I have the right one. Yeah, I don't think they win 2 lanes if they Juggernaut me here. They could Juggernaut here and win the coin flip kicking my Hulk here. But I think if they're Juggernauting, they're doing it in the hub. And their Darkhawk is... Oh, do I lose to Darkhawk on the left? This play seems really loose. It, like, literally loses... Maybe they just don't have a better one? But, like, it literally just loses to be, like, playing an armor or anything in the center. I don't know. They were roping really hard. Feels spooky, man. Maybe they just don't have any other plays, though. It seems like such a mid last turn play, though. Just almost anything is only 50% against that. They were all in. It is possible they just don't have a better play. You are correct. I don't know. So like the tech cards are super awkward in sub matchups, but I also think there's a very real chance that like the raw power level of this archetype is a little bit on the low side. So you need effects like Shang-Chi and Enchantress and Armor to like allow you to punch above your weight class in certain ones. Yeah, this archetype used to like playing old Zabu. So I definitely had clunky draws, but this deck is like B-, and I think one of the best ways to make your B- deck competitive is to like play a bunch of tech cards that just like lets you instant win in certain spots. It's definitely true though that even when these cards were good, they're a little bit clunky with Hulk. Like I had to choose between like playing these or playing Hulk, but it's also puts people in a squeeze where they're like, oh, I can beat Shang, but I can't beat Hulk, or I can beat Enchantress, but I can't beat Hulk. So there's some coin flip equity in spots like that. So I don't know. This list seems fine. It has very reasonable stats on Untapped. I don't think it's the best deck in the format by any means, but it feels like it has tools to be competitive. Abomination definitely feels like the star of the show. If you're like, Jeff, what was the best card or the card that punched above its weight class in this deck? I think I would answer this. What do you think about Evo decks that include magic? I think it's hard to maybe playing these changes it, but I think there's just so many decks in the format that leverage turn 7 better than a deck like this leverage turn 7. Moon Girl for the Abomination. I think it's very difficult to control what you're Moon Girling, and she's gonna be bad in your non-Abomination draws. To close on it, I would be surprised if Ajax was good in this deck. You gotta remember Ajax is only a 5/7 to start, and realistically, he needs to be bigger than 5/12 to really be worth his slot. And I don't know that this deck is gonna consistently afflict 6+ cards. You only need to afflict like 2 to 4 cards for Abomination to be really good with the discount from High Evolutionary. In order for Ajax to be good, you need to afflict way more than 4 cards consistently, I think. Yeah. Alright, have some adverts. We're going to play our next viewer deck when we return. We have a Cerebro 2 deck featuring Professor X titled Evil Cerebro 2. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I am going to shove Nico in here, yeah? I think I want Nico in here. I don't know if this archetype can support Grandmaster and Daredevil. The Nightcrawler is magnificent. It's very good. And Psylocke. Well, Psylocke lets you turn 4 Professor X, which I think is the appeal. Yes, I think Ajax wants you to decrease your own card's power as well. Typhoid Mary, I expect to be an Ajax staple. Welcome to Hoaglandia, Elwin. No fast drops here or anywhere else on the platform. You gotta watch a total of 6 hours. The people that told you that works were lying to you. They're grifting assholes. I'm gonna try to fill my water really quick, actually. We're almost out. I've been drinking a lot with Bedouin this morning. Why is Brood in this deck? I'm not sure if that's a real question. Do you know how Cerebro works? 2 power card for Cerebro. That gives you 3 bodies. Polycrastinator, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. I guess Cerebro 2 hasn't really been a meta deck for a little while. Because Goose Storm stuff's a little bit poorly positioned. So maybe that's a real question. Could be. Dragon Run. Thank you for the baker's dozen. Appreciate that. I goose the vets. Cerebro! Go, rip. Beep. It's fine, chat. We don't even have Cerebro. We'll win one lane with Professor X, then we'll win this lane because they can't play into it with Goose. Someone who's taken a lengthy break from the game. Are there any catch-up mechanics where I bowed when it comes to getting meta stuff? I would encourage you to check out my budget text video that just got published today. I don't think you need any of the most recent cards to be competitive in Marvel Snap. Please do not post deck lists in my chat. Thank you. Also, Spotlight caches are a built-in catch-up mechanic. You should be sure to be aware of which Spotlight caches are coming up and which cards they contain. I've got a breakdown of July, August, and September here, utilizing your keys on the weeks where you get the most is the best way to catch back up. If you are missing stuff, you can guarantee every Spotlight key turns into a new Series 4 or 5 card. I think Second Dinner could definitely do more in terms of catch-up mechanics, but we definitely have a number of them in the game already. Can't do this anywhere useful. Although I suppose if I do this, then Goose gets pulled like a Professor X here, but that's also just not very useful to me. This is definitely a part of the problem with I was gonna say this is part of the problem with having more expensive cards in our deck. I can't play 2 cards this turn, but the extra energy from Psylocke actually means that that might be okay. Fingers crossed. there any kind of pity system for slot 4 in the Spotlight cash system? There is not. That's true. The tokens are kind of a pity system, aren't they? That's a good take. What happened to the DC card game? It wasn't very good, so it died. Rude was definitely the best draw in my deck. I'm not sure that lets us win the game here, though. Thinking about Shadow King, it's like, I think Shadow King is excellent in this archetype, and I think Professor X is probably trash, but we've been paid to play the build with Professor X today, so that's what we're gonna do.
I found a rock.
Well, get fucked, I guess.
Wind, aid my hand.
No, wait, we're still good, yeah? Are we good? Yeah, because the Juggernaut's big enough to share.
Victory.
No gold conquest today. Q times were still pretty bad, man. We played one to start this morning, and I had 2+ minute Q times.
Opponent snapped.
That felt a little suspicious. It felt suspicious that our opponent made a play that deterministically lost them the game. Take a 10-minute break. Smooth Blizzard, more like Smooth Brained, am I right? They have 6 cards in their hand. I think I'm gonna let Adeline go here.
Wind, aid my hand.
This is, again, like, I feel like this is the issue with this card. Is like, there's so many draws like this where I'm like, gosh, I really wish this was just any 2-power thing that cost me 2 or 3 energy. Because I just, like, can't use my energy this turn now.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Stevie Samashi, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate it. It's gonna pull Mystique into play and we're gonna die. I'm probably just supposed to blue marble this turn, actually. Actually, I actually just can't win the game now, right? I can do this, I guess, which gets me to 12 over here on the left. Sorry, 13. This ties the left. Does this ever win a tiebreaker? This ties the middle. Sure. I think I should have played the blue marble on what's it called?
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, supercharged. I think this is the second or third time we've tried Professor X and Cerebro 2, and I think moving forward we're gonna reject it as an archetype if someone decides to submit it. It's both not good and not particularly interesting. Anatar, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you doing your drops here with us. Glad you enjoy the YouTube stuff. What do you play over? I honestly haven't played Cerebro 2 recently enough to have good thoughts on what exactly I should or shouldn't be doing. I don't really have a super informed take on the subject.
Wind, aid my hand.
The deck is a few cards different than what this is at least. Like your Psylocke and your Daredevil become less good as well. I've been playing exclusively the Gwenpool hand buff deck. It's really good against any deck, but dies to clog very hard. Yeah, that's been my experience with it too. I think the deck is very real, but dies to clog.
Hey, you found a rook.
Hey, I found the rook. Oh my god! That was such a terrible 50-50 to lose. If she would have gone middle, I could have Nightcrawlered into the Flooded and then still won it on the back of, I could have won this on the back of, Nightcrawler move over plus Blue Marvel. Yes, opponent's last card is almost assuredly Mystique. If we just, like, had good 2 power cards, we could potentially win this as well, but we've got, like, Psylocke and Daredevils in our decks now instead. That's fine. Nico's gonna roll bar with Donate, and we're gonna win the center. Unlucky.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Luke's bar would have also done it. Yeah, we had a couple there. We'll see if we go in 2 in a row here. Bam! Alright, we dodged it. Come on, +2. Come on, +2. Assuredly 5 Cerebros is game winning, yes? Narrator, he was about to lose to Iron Man and to Darkhawk and to Rock Slide on Bar Sinister. There aren't any feature locations in the diner, right? I would assume no, yes. What's more points? More Cerebros or just 2 power things? 2 power things are 10. More Cerebros are... If I just put 2, they'd be 40 everywhere, whereas if I go Cerebro, I'd be... It's probably Cerebro here, call 36 good enough. Or sorry, call whatever this is good enough for that play 2 power thing here.
Aid my hand.
I am Iron Man.
All right, we've been bagging on this Professor X. Let's see if it can win us a game. We've been bagging on this Professor X. Let's see if it can win us a game. Mark Slayer, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, I believe we lose to Darkhawk middle into Rockslide left.
I am Iron Man.
All right, rubber band game. How bad do you think it would skew stream balance if instead it worked based on the card power number you had the most of in play?
Victory.
That makes it significantly better. By a lot. It makes the card better by a lot. Kitty returning to hand is not movement. No, movement refers to cards moving from one lane to the other explicitly. Final round, playing by Cerebro, 2-deck, Wakanda Embassy on 1. Yeah, that tracks. Give me +3 energy next turn. That's not very useful. I can add another 8 into the center with Blue Marble Mystique. Yeah, this is still winnable. – 100% this game is winnable.
I found a rock.
I found the rock. Yes, Goose will be responsible for a large part of why this game is winnable. For sure. They get Mystique, they're Darkhawk. Chat, if they have Mystique and they have Darkhawk against our deck in the Subterranea game, like, more power to them. That's just how it's gonna be. I think I need 2 Blarvel. I think I need 2 Blarvels to be able to win the left. Why not play both Jins? I'm thinking about it. Is there a reason to play the other Jin? Do I need more energy next turn? Or do I want to leave myself the flexibility to play the Jin over here? I don't need the energy, and the board space might matter. Everything I'm drawing, I can play with the single Jin. Alright, we're not being Mystiqued. I do need to beat Nocturne move left, though. I suppose I could still top deck Mystique and copy Iron Man on the left while moving the what's it called there. Hey, look, I got rewarded for not playing Jin here. How big is Sage? Huge. Huge! I'm adding... what, 3... We're dead to Sage of Mystique here, I believe. We beat that one, video gamers! We beat that one. Lucky!
Victory.
When your Cerebro 2 deck beats Wakandan Embassy Subterranea against the Darkhawk deck. Credit where credit is due. This asshole won us that game, yeah? He won us the last 2 games we won? Alright, fine. It's earned another one. It's earned another one. He lost us some of the others, but he won us those last 2. I suppose we owe him another match or 2. Yeah, Goose obviously with the lift as well, but Goose in tandem was good. I pray to yours as wrinkles all the way down. It tries. EVN, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I feel like skipping Ajax, but he's going to be a good card for Cassandra. I mean, is that true? I think people are really underestimating how many cards, oh yeah, I'm gonna leave. Sorry, the opponent is an Agatha deck. They've got one more card than us. They're sitting here fucking sweating us with their Erisham Agatha deck, so please
Escape.
be sent to the pits of muted purgatory, and I'm gonna get a new opponent here rather than someone who's gonna waste my time playing a bullshit deck. Like, actually play a game of Snap. Not sit here while you grief me on not snapping back. I dark around with that, whatever, but at least, like, have the decency to snap me back in the proving grounds if you're gonna do it. I'm gonna sit here and sweat while you play the most meme deck humanly possible.
Opponent snapped.
Luke Cage will be in every deck this week. I'm so excited to Typhoid Mary my own cards to make Ajax work so we get to laugh at Luke Cage's. Genuinely very excited. The first Ajax deck I want to start with personally is Typhoid Berry Ajax Scar. Because if you curve Typhoid Berry into Ajax, your Scar is 2. God, White Widow is good. We're not just dead yet here. We'll see if Mystique ends up being our bottom card or not, though. Or if Nocturne chooses Violence. Honestly, it sounds kind of funny to think about it, but like, completely unironically, Nocturne is a card that made this archetype a good bit worse, huh? She just, like, randomly has so many locations that mean you lose the game. Or the odds of her choosing Violence are so much higher. We beat that one.
Wind, aid my hand.
Victory.
C2 continuing to be good even when you add bad cards. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I think Cerebro 2 is in a kind of mid-ish spot, although Goose, we had some really solid Goose games in there. I feel like, in general, the power level of Cerebro 2 is directly proportional to to how good... It's directly proportional to how good Goose is in the metagame in a way. Watch your videos featuring the bounce deck with Sasquatch, and I'm a big fan. Yeah, that was one of my favorite decks right now. We definitely had games that Professor X wanted that set, but we also had games where it just like had too much expensive top end. I don't know, felt like a little bit of a mixed bag for sure. Slotting Nico into this was definitely correct though. She is 110% one of the better things to be doing in Cerebro 2. Very reasonable. Alright, video gamers, for our next viewer pile of cards, this is a deck that actually showed up in some of my top deck roundups for a little bit. It was putting up very good stats after Nomura released, and then its play rate just fell off a cliff because she wasn't shiny and new anymore. I'm gonna take a slightly longer than normal Admiral while I run upstairs and grab some food, and when we get back, don't worry, your drops will still go while the ads are rolling. When I get back, we're gonna play some of this. Thanks for hanging out, don't go anywhere. Have to read. My just default assumption, not been broad, is that there will be no real repercussions for Donald Trump, regardless of what he did inside of the legal system, because that is how things tend to work for rich white men. And that way I'm never disappointed with the outcome, because on the chance that something does actually happen, it's seen as an upside and not the default. Danny, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. For the quarter of the year, Noxium. Good. Thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Jeff, random question. Do you ever unblock people on Twitter? Yeah, all the time. DM me your handle. I'm pretty liberal with removing people from my social media platforms, but also giving them second chances.
Escaped. Oh, snap.
Why did you remove Jeff? Ask me why I removed Jeff is a loaded question with the implication that Jeff was in this deck list to start, which he wasn't. Who has any expectations from the upcoming OTA? No, not really. Buffs more than nerfs are my base expectation, I think. I don't think there's anything that really... We're in a meta game where it's not currently clear, in my opinion, that the most popular decks are the top performing decks, which generally, I think means we don't need changes. Hey, Deathboat, 6 foot 20 months. Welcome back. Dysphoria, thank you for the over 2.5 years. Appreciate it. Alright, so this is one-sided over here. And I think I do this just to cover the middle, is my plan.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Unlucky. Get a White Queen to be a little bit smaller on the left.
Escaped.
You are no longer blocked on the Bird app, Deca. Ooh. 3-point start scar is lovely. Aura Talk, thank you for the 73 months. Wow, that's so brutal. That's so brutal. How about if we do this and flip this into here? Okay. Hopefully with this sub, Jeff can also buy sleeves. Thank you for the 73 months, Aura Talk.
For the future.
That, welcome back. No joke, when I went upstairs to grab some food out of the fridge for lunch, my oldest son asked me what was wrong with my shirt. And then I think we resulted in expanding his horizons a little bit because I asked him if he had ever seen his mom wear a shirt without sleeves before, to which he responded with, yes, but she's a girl. And then I was like, yes, Jacob, boys can wear all the same clothes girls can. I felt like he had a little light bulb click on in his mind when I presented it to him that way. Gene Munition, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Happy Monday, Luatek. Are those splitting bits? They sound like splitting bits. Splitting bits are my favorite kind of bits, chat. Alright, hold on, I have a list. Honestly, I kind of want to do Cyclops, I think. We're probably going to play some of him with Ajax. I don't know that he's going to be good, but we'll probably play him with Ajax.
Infinity.
It's like 220 to me, gamers. Infinity. Third burglar just refuses to go. I guess we're not on that many with him yet, huh? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's not even quite at the double-digit club yet. We'll get there. He'll get there eventually. He's got enough pressure him, Chan. He's got to get there in his own time.
Snap.
What upcoming card are you most excited for? Kate Bishop, not close. She's gonna be real sweet. I'm so annoyed right now. Oh, you're in the market for large scrolls. I wasn't, but they're gonna have to do it in a pinch. Do I just end the game here? Like, even if they don't pass, like, how are they beating me? I think I just play for all three and then we probably win, yeah? They, like, play their 6-drop and then they die?
Victory. Snap.
Just got Nocturne, really good card, I like it. Yeah, she's very powerful. I like my streaming for today a while. Ooh, that's a nice one. I think I do this actually. We just don't let him know that Nomura's coming. What do we think of this? I think I'm into it. I think I'm into it. This? I probably don't care about Cyclops, right? I think it's this and this. We just expect Carol to cover.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Oh, Christ, what an asshole. Oh, I could have played around that, yeah. Fuck me. We want to put both of our things in the center. We could have played around that. There's only a 25% chance that Hulk's still in their deck, but I don't even know if it's right to play around that, right? Because if the Hulk was in their hand playing, it's actually wrong to play around that because the Hulk is more likely to be in their hand. And if the Hulk was in their hand and they play it center, I likely lose the center and the right. I guess they could have had Red Hulk or regular Hulk, but I was beating Red Hulk on the right? So it had to be exactly High Evo Hulk in their deck. Yeah, Stage Room could have also killed Blank. Yeah, my play, it feels bad to lose there. My play's correct. It's like, well, it sucks, but also, like, it is what it is. Make sure they stay muted. Our Leech emoting player. Are most likely to Magic Necrosha. It's just this. I think it's just this. It was camping. It was hot but good. We were tent camping this past weekend with the scouts. Look at this. I think I'm into it. I'm into it. Never go to Philmont as a scout. Never on a trek. Went there as a small child for a family thing. Christy hiked the mountains there. Hopefully one or both of my boys will be interested in doing that at some point. Longer term, that's one of the reasons why I'm aiming to get in better shape now. Because I'll be into my 40s by the time the boys are solidly teenagers, and I would like to be in good enough shape to do a backpacking trip if they want to. What's Philmont? It's a large scout camp in New Mexico in the mountains. Do like week and a half to 2 week backpacking trips through there? Fascinating, but I'm not super happy about it. Do you think Shang is a problem again with its current play rate? The current play rate for Shang-Chi is largely related to the fact that it's contained in most Arishem decks. So no, I don't think it's remotely problematic. Quake the Quantum Realm. Ideally, I want to Quake the Quantum Realm at a moment where I have priority, yes? To kind of catch them off guard. Are they leaving when I boomer step them? Probably.
Snap.
I'm gonna do it anyways, definitely. Think about a card like Shang Valk Shadow King that reduces all cards above a certain power threshold to a threshold. Like all cards over 7 are reduced to 7. Sure, that seems like a fine design space. I love this deck's ability to play 3 good 2 energy cards the last turn. The full roof down into stamp me. Okay, gamer.
Victory.
Absolutely baked. This is, and again, I talk about this a lot on the channel, but I think it really needs to be hammered into people's brains. There are so many decks like this one that just like are good and competitive that just see no play because there's so many good and competitive decks in the current metagame. Like this deck was one that was a top performer for a little bit, and then despite continuing to be a top performer, it just like disappeared because Nomura was no longer the shiny new thing. All right, have some ads. We're gonna play some more of this when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Quake was like a 220 there. Yeah, she's really good when she's good. Definitely one of the more underappreciated cards in Marvel Stat. When playing the Wong Demore this season almost exclusively, love the deck and the different lines it gives you. Yeah, that one's really solid. Is there a Prime Day sale tomorrow? I think that sounds right. I don't know. That's not really something I keep track of usually, personally. I don't think it usually doesn't apply to any discounts on the Twitch side. Okay. I think I recall seeing an advert when I was watching Twitch for that, though. Maybe some people coming back from their heads now can tell us if Prime Day is tomorrow. Tomorrow the 17th. Cool. Second dinner ever said why they do feature locations. Yes, it's because they hate me personally. Most players don't innovate, and they copy the most played decks on Untapped and play. 100%, Elky. 100%. Second Dinner has commented on a few different occasions that feature location days don't meaningfully positive or negatively impact play rates on those days, and I would assume most people are indifferent, so they just keep them going. Thank you for the primer, D. Jones. Speaking of things that Prime does, appreciate the free support. And Pink Man, thank you for the 10 months. I wish they were less frequent personally. Come over and sit on Papa Jeff's lap, and let me tell you about feature locations during the Marvel Snap closed beta, how they happened twice a week and they lasted 48 hours. So there were more days in the week where we had feature locations than not. No, that's not true. They weren't. We had two different, right? There was one that was 48 hours and one that was 24 hours. So there were 3 days during the week where their locations were screwed up. Yeah, and to top it all off, hot locations had a different probability of occurring than feature locations did. It wasn't all things equal. There were featured locations and there were hot locations. And I think one was 40% and one was 60%, and they settled in the middle at 50. So it's way less bad than it used to be, but also still pretty far from good. Also, to gatekeep people's ability to complain, if you didn't live through the peak being a feature location while Mr. Negative was a tier 0 deck, you don't get to complain. Them's the rules. Them's the rules, chat.
Opponent snapped.
If I had an Amora, I'd stay. Actually, probably should have snapped up one. I forgot that was a thing we do, but our draw is not lined up well, so they can go next tier. I've been struggling with the Tribunal and the ladder, and then I saw your Dex video from this morning, and I added in Cosmo, and it helped a lot. Yes! Yeah, I think Cosmo's really important in that archetype. A lot of people looking to kick your sandcastles right now, for sure.
Oh, snap.
Gonna be a long stream Monday, gamers. Cracked 3,000 concurrent viewers. Appreciate everybody hanging out and doing your drops here with us. My little Twitch tracker here, so you've had over 100 new 100 new followers today. If you're someone new that's hanging out, that enjoying the vibes of the channel, you haven't tapped that follow button yet, consider doing that. If you're not familiar with me, welcome. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch.tv with Marvel Snap being my primary game of choice these days. Oh. Oh, there's an Agent of Chaos if I ever saw one. Holy. Sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought to Quake being absurd. I've streamed on Twitch a lot longer than Marvel Snap has existed, though. I've been on the platform for a little over a decade, doing it as a full-time job for almost 7 years. Before Marvel Snap, I played a lot of other turn-based and strategy card games, some Runeterra, Mythgard, and others, to name a few.
Opponent snapped.
We're doing this. And then next turn we have Scar Quake Arbor. Hex TCG. Poor Hex TCG. In a former life, before I was streaming full-time here on Twitch, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. And I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. You'll find my streams are very analytically focused, always looking to get better and improve at whatever I'm doing. You know, interesting here, they are +3, +5. Is it ever this? Do you or chat have any suggestions to increase my collection level quickly? With the most powerful card in mobile gaming, your credit card, you too can progress in Marvel Snap at rates like you have never seen before. Okay, so if I floop Cancun over to here, my Captain Marvel jumps out, and then whatever power they have here stays trapped. So I think that's the play. They might fill into here, though, in which case doing this is appealing. They're incentivized to play into the island, right? I'm gonna do this. Oh my gosh, absolute. Quake is such an absolute freaking monster of a Marvel Snap card. Easily one of the most underappreciated cards in this Marvel video game. She's so good! She's so good! Quake and Legion. People in general undervalue cards that help you mitigate location variance, because complaining location variance exists is much easier and straightforward rather than putting cards in your deck to let you play around it. Wow, chat. Murray Isle on the left for the second game in a row in this Conquest match. Wake up, sheeple. The truth is out there. These locations are as rigged as the earth is flat. Big Bro doesn't want you to know. Okay, so with the Namora draw here, I think we go Cage here, Captain Marvel here, Namora here, and then be able to have Carol jump out of the island. Quake would have been sweet here, yeah. Unfortunate that she's in our bottom 6. That deserves more biddies. Thank you, Luatech. I'm honestly really enjoying this deck. I might use those bits and go for a 5th split gold on Crossbones here. Such a wonderful land. I'm sorry, what? No, the Typhoid Variant Enchantress went in the wrong order. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Do rules all.
Alright, looking for Shadow King here. What a lovely lad, video gamers. They shang me over here. Carol jumps. 11. Yeah, we're beating Shang here. And Shadow King is one-sided here because Luke Cage prevents our stuff from getting reduced. Yes, we're beating just Shang on the right. I think we're short on the left though. No wait, we're actually winning the left too? Oh baby. Oh baby. Watch this be absorbing, man. Just a mockingbird! Lovely. Just lovely. Look at us freaking smile, chat. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful golden man. It's a gold ticket. Another airship deck out to pasture. Should I get Namora over Sasquatch? Genuinely, I think Namora is a better card than Sasquatch. Oh, she's up there for underappreciated cards in the game. Can you play this without Namora? You cannot. She is a core part of it. All right, video gamers. Is it crossbone split time? Wow, I actually have no crossbone splits. I have boosters though, yeah? Sure do.
Infinity.
This Scar needed. Yeah, unfortunately, I think this deck needs a Series 4-5 cards. Scar, the only replaceable Series 4-5 card in this deck is Nocturne. I think you need Namora and Scar. Or Namora works to make Scar cheap, and then Scar plays out on the last turn of the game as one of a variety of 2 energy cards that make it difficult for your opponent to predict what you're going to do. Infinity. I mean, to be fair, the deck title is currently Viewer Deck, but yeah, when it's not Viewer Deck, it's usually Namora Scar. I would say she tends to be important. Am I gonna go buy the Daredevil bundle? I had too many credits and I couldn't buy the Daredevil bundle. We've split a bunch of cards now, so I think I get to 5 splits without it. We'll have to buy that for later though. You prefer this Namora build or the Wong Odin build? I think they're different decks. I think the Wong Odin deck is a dedicated linear combo deck, and this deck is strong because it has interactive and gotcha cards like Shadow King Armor and Quake. So if you want to be interfacing with your opponents, this is the correct thing to be doing. And if you don't want to be interfacing with your opponents, the Odin one is the thing to be doing. The whale track only work for website purchases. Yes, in perpetuity moving forward. 220? 220? That's fine. That's fine. Asking for the 5th split gold is good. It would have been 230, wouldn't it? It would have been 230, you're right. I guess I had 220 earlier too. It's definitely would be 230. Alright, let's load her back up, shall we? Octopus, thank you for the quarter over here. I appreciate that. Welcome back. $150 keys. I know! My key count is embarrassing. It just takes so long to collect everything off my collection level track. I can't be arsed to collect more than 150 of them. I should really go through and click on everything now that the new season rolled over and I can use the gold tickets. thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Probably another dozen or 2 dozen keys. Oh no! Oh no! Look at this hideous infinite bordered card in my hand, chat. Shame. 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 I forgot I didn't have any crossbow splits before we did all of those, so I'll have to go edit the custom card here in a minute. Closing the stream, that Crossbones isn't right. Unsubbed, and I'm returning my extra. No! Not the sponsored products.
Opponent snapped.
One more shot! Alright, I have to put money in the machine to take that shot, I think. Thank you for the biddies, Luatek. Double Atlantis in the Namora deck, I believe. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, they Loki'd us for 4. Lokiing into our deck is a little bit less embarrassing than some of the other decks we've been playing that you can Loki into, because our deck does have some individually powerful cards in it, at least. And as is always the case, after my opponent Loki's me, the only reason it looks like their deck's going to end up remotely fucking playable is because they top decked a card that wasn't in my deck. Feels Marvel Snap, man. That's fine. We need to go split this crossbones anyways. Loki won because of the not Loki card. Seems like they should nerf Loki. Yep. %. You open Snap on your photo computer at the same time. Yeah, technically I should have let it appear in advance. We're not at 567 golds. Go put some gas in the tank, money in the bank. No, I guess it's the opposite of money in the bank. We're taking money from my bank and sending it to Benjamin Rude. We'll buy that. Buy the Daredevil pack and put it in another 100. For people that are new here, I always do my purchasing on mobile because you get Google Play rewards when buying it on mobile, which turns into like nominal discounts and other things, including Snap sometimes. Yeah, we're gonna split crossbones one more time, and then we'll set up our custom card. Our price is not checked up on mobile. No, Twitch is one of the only things that charges increase prices on mobile. Most places are the same anywhere. Alright, let's load it up. I guess subscription things in general tend to be more on mobile. One-time purchases are usually the same between most applications. Alright, one more crossbones split, eh? That's fine. Crossbones was just waiting so they could have Crackle. So they could have Crackle with the gold gem. Infinity. What a cursed 230. It's fine. It's fine, chat. The custom card tool makes it all okay. 230 it is. Alright, which crossbones do we like? I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Eric with a K. Thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. See what the gold Q-time looks like. I might regret this. May or may not regret this. They're a little bit slow earlier today, but I think Q-times maybe get better in the afternoon US time. We'll see how that plays out in practice. Yeah, the blue border effect is solid on this character. If Second Empire starts making the borders more available, you're gonna need at least one deck blinged out like Jace. I really just need multiple custom cards per character. Because the problem is, if I put the custom border on, like, Kitty Pryde for one deck, and then I put Kitty Pryde in another deck as well, I would need the custom border on all of those in both decks, or I'd have to switch it back and forth every time I switch decks. That's just like a level of tedium I don't want to deal with for a cosmetic I'm paying extra for. If I'm paying for a premium cosmetic, it needs to be pretty and not make my gameplay experience tedious. "60 seconds isn't terrible. It's when it's 2+ minutes that I really don't want to. This is your full-time job. Watching Twitch streams is your full-time job? That's sweet. What do you do? What do you do with watching the Twitch streams? How does that work? Snap on the Nomura draw here. It's lovely. Hopefully we go crossbones in the middle, and then we can slide the Nomura out to somewhere else, or slide the Nocturne somewhere else, the Nomura on 6 or 5, whatever turn it is.
Wind, aid my hand.
Why would they move Jeff in advance? What's the upside there? Miles. There you go. That's a good read. What gets this? Then Scar is free on the last turn. We draw him. on one hand, Scar's not free, but on the other hand, it makes Lucas much better. Thank you, Nocturne. I appreciate you. You're a wonderful lass. Truly one of the Marvel Snap cards of all time. Real team player, that Nocturne. Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. She's so powerful, so powerful. Poor Stegron, just when you thought he couldn't possibly get more embarrassing. Rigged game of Marvel Snap you've ever seen in your entire life. Listen, chat. We didn't just spend $125 splitting crossbones to gold so we could get unlucky while we play this game. Come on now. Oh, am I staying? I have Namora. I have Lizard. Quake could maybe get them on this. This is just so good for them. I'm gonna leave. I think Cudlun is better for them than Namora and our opener is for us. Stegron is actually, like, kinda good against us. Like, unironically. Oh, come on, bro. I just gave you so much money. Why would you do this to me? Alright, fine, I'm gonna stay this time. Arian's good. It's a shame neither of these had 5 points of power. We have priority here, which means we get to Namora the Typhoid Berry before they can Stegron her out. Or him in, I suppose. They could be a Shang-Chi deck, though. Although my gut says they don't have room for Shang and Stegron and Omega Red. We'll see, though. People love tech cards. Should I Scar to get a second Scar? No, because I don't think my points on the left are going to be useful. Although maybe they are. I just expected them to play left on this turn. How did they beat 25 on the right? They have plus 4 technically, but they need to make up 17. Is this win the game? This puts me to... I think this wins the game most of the time, yeah? They could juggernaut me. If they juggernaut me... I could not hit both of them in his... I win 75%. I win 25% of the time if they juggernaut me, so I'm gonna stay. Might be a little loose, though. Oh, and they actually had us covered, yeah? Cool, 0%. Can you make a deck from the 52 cards with no goals? But I don't actually know that we can, Giggity. To be fair, even if they both landed here, we were still torched, so. This definitely seems like something deck-based matchmaking. A pretty big nightmare matchup for us, though, huh? Stegrod and Juggernaut both make Demora really awkward. Definitely need to have priority going into turn 5 to not just get screwed with her.
Opponent snapped.
I need a 2 or a 3. I need Lizard this turn, ideally, I think. That makes this free, which is nice. Oh, Nor Dimension is so bad for us. A lot of energy. They are about to have a lot of energy, yeah. A new drops in a week from today. It's a good while yet. Is it ever this? I don't like this. Part of me wants to do this and just assume they don't respect the Nomura on the left. Armor doesn't do anything here. They have priority. I also would be kind of surprised if they have Shang. They probably jug and move the vision. Maybe? They did respect Nomura. Yeah, we're super torched. GG opponent. No, wait. If these both go left, could be okay. Are they beating 21 middle? We're good, yeah? Turn off between them. We hit the 25%er this time around. Cool, and now we have 3 chances to take their last 2 cubes away. Notification on my sub. You know, I don't see it on my dashboard here. How long ago did you sub, DZ? That's weird. Oh, that's you're a 2 month. You're a resubscriber. When you resubscribe to a channel, you have to refresh the page occasionally. Because it gives you the option to attach a message to your sub notification. That is a Twitch feature, let's call it. You sub for the first time, it just goes through. But when you resub, it lets you attach a message with it. Wigan, thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate the 4.5 years. Welcome back. Shadow Marvel, thank you for the 17 months. They end up patching the wave scar interaction. That wasn't an interaction, it was a bug. Oh, it's annoying that, I can't get Scar to 2 this turn. Mary Wright, and then Enchantress Scar. That doesn't work, because Crossbones will be 9. Typhoid puts Crossbones to 9 gamers. Yeah, I can get rid of Omega with Enchantress. I think I want that to be a surprise, though. I don't think I want them to know that getting rid of this is going to be a thing I'm doing. Last turn, girl. Prevy, thank you for the over 1.5 years. Welcome back. Yeah, it's Enchantress plus Quake, I think. I need to get DC out of here so that way Omega Red isn't bigger on it. Oh, armor would even it out. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? I think I'm gonna move here. I think they're, well, I don't think it matters. I think I'm doing this. Actually, maybe I'm doing this, question mark, and punting this. I'm just not sure I want to punt this is the problem. I wonder if it's ever this. Just play hard for here. This is 13. But they're also going to play hard for here. Yeah, but if they go super hard for here, we should win these other 2, I think. Okay, I'm gonna stick to my original play. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I guess the Monster Metropolis is a wash. have any plays around that? I don't think so. I think I needed Nomura a turn sooner. All right, 2 more shots at their last 2 cubes, huh? Staggerod is very good against our deck. Like, as far as, like, we queued into a deck that's not a thing and probably has a lot of other bad matchups, like, people that get to move our stuff around a lot is definitely not what we're interested in seeing on the other side. You cannot replace Scar or Nomura in this deck. You should play something else. They are key cards that increase the power level of the deck a lot. You can replace Nocturne with Polaris. Okay, and confirmed no Shang-Chi as expected. No, I don't think you want Spider-Man in this deck. I think you very explicitly want, what's the word? I'm fucking trying to find. You very explicitly want a card that you can control where it's going to end up at.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's important. Kinda dead. Feeling kinda dead. Yeah, Miss Marvel covers right, depending on how they move. There's a bunch of permutations of this that are bad for me. There's nothing. They have too many cards in play that can transfer their power, and they have too many cards that can move our stuff on the last turn of the game, and they have Omega Red for Onslaught Citadel. I don't have a series of plays here that allow me to cover everywhere. If we're gonna lose to something, I'm just gonna put my cards out here and hope for the best.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lucas, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. For the people that are just like hard focused on turning off Onslaught Citadel with Omega Red, if I move Nocturne into the center, I'm guaranteed giving up this, which means I basically have to win both of these, which I don't think is ideal. Goes about, thank you for the 11 months. I don't think there were any plays we had here that give me a different outcome. I think even if we had ones that end up beating this specific thing, I think I end up losing to other things. I think that specific thing that they did, we could have beaten by moving Nocturne and then playing Typhoid Berry middle, but like that loses to them putting any amount of power on the left, yeah? Oh, I could have Quaked to move the Citadel. Sure, I should have Quaked. I still lose the game there though. But you're right. Quaking is strictly correct. Oh my god! That's so fucking brutal. For the last 2 cubes. Conquest is such a fucking terrible format sometimes.
Aid my hand.
Alright, they got rid of one of them for us at least. See if we can win any of these Great Web 50/50s and have one of their cards get pulled. Alright, cool. Yeah, so for people wondering why I played her right, I really want to be able to Namora Carol here. I believe Enchantress middle plus Captain Marvel at 10 points of power is going to win us this game. I think I like it, Chip. I do have priority here, which means Captain Marvel, or sorry, not Captain, Miss Marvel is going to be active in the center. Should armor go left so Carol can fly there? So if I fill the center, it means Great Web is guaranteed to pull one of their cards. It's a big part of the decision-making process here. I think that that's beneficial for us, guaranteeing one of their cards gets pulled. Lizard shrinks down. Sure doesn't. I don't know. I think it's a testament to, like, how reasonable this deck we're playing is, that, like, we're playing into someone whose deck is basically nightmare fuel for what we're trying to do, and we came down to the last 2 cubes here still, yeah. This game's about to come down to which card gets pulled off the Baxter building, isn't it? What a game! What a game! Thank you, Captain Marvel. The whole game was that turn 4 Great Web 50/50. When we won the Great Web 50/50 on turn 4, so she could stay here to get the bonus. That was the game. Tough set, hard fought. All right, well, we're definitely gonna let this deck finish its gold ticket, but that was a really long, tough set, so we need to run some ads before we do. I'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. I need to run to the restroom, subscribers. I'll see you in a minute. Did you ever use your free login reward borders? I did not, no. Just not interested. My cards to match. Currently sitting using unclaimed, and the neon green ones are just like ugly as sin. Hate and despise the neon borders, like they're significantly worse than the default borders. Alright, Scarf for us. See how good or bad it is for them.
Opponent snapped.
They are on the side of Scar being good for the airship deck and go next tier.
Escape.
Yeah, the queue time was quick there. Hopefully that means we can just burn some of these gold tickets today. Giggity, I think I'm gonna pass on your 52 cards with no gold split submission. I think it's both mechanically going to take me a long time to figure out what that deck could look like, and there's a good chance it's also not going to generate very good games of Marvel Snap. Am I supposed to leave? District decks is significantly better for the airship deck than us, right? On the other hand,
Oh, snap.
Wolfpack, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. The real Omar. Looks like I got a feels bad question after playing against Airship in client. They have a question like that in their Discord server. Are those questions also happening in client? Ooh. Ooh. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so that's actually really funny because it means we win the left if they don't play any more cards there. Probably supposed to leave here because they hit the Darkhawk, but yeah, they played to all 3. That's unfortunate. Oh, I have priority, so I gave them Shuri's Lab on the right. Oops. Unlucky. Incredibly close game, all things considered. We also have a little bit of a leg up because they're playing the Inbred Airship deck featuring Darkhawk. That'll be a blank in non-district X games. The fact that it was relevant for them was largely due to the fact that, 1, there was Krakoa, and 2, district decks added cards to our deck. This is probably better for us than them, right? Because they're more likely to be able to play out all their cards than we are. Well, I guess maybe Coulson changes that dynamic. Hey, Halred, thank you for the 1.5 years. Appreciate it. I don't know if my body is fully prepared for them to draw their Beta Ray Bellhammer in the game because of it. It's like, I might be in danger if that's something that occurs.
Snap.
Hey, Death and Cross, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Well, that's perfect, because I want to Enchantress Lizard, and I also want to Enchantress Darkhawk. Who gets this? Or is it this? Letting Nocturne move it around is scarier for them.
Who they dig up this time?
I can't believe they haven't snapped me back. Is it this? And then it's just like Enchantress Crossbows next turn? I guess there's a chance I might not be winning over here, though. Depending on what they play where. There's no way they fill the left this turn, though, right? Unless we care about killing Quinjet for the turn. I don't think I do. Is it better to force them to Shang Man? I mean, if they have Shang, more power to them. Oh my god, they hit Sasquatch and Scar from freaking... They hit Sasquatch and Scar from this. Ugh. Win this a lot of the time, yeah? I think so. This is fine. This is local man about to be blobbed. Is the Typhoid Berry ducking Shang on the left enough to win us this game? It is, yeah? Actually incredible. Holy. Thank you, Miss Mary. Let's go. This deck's so sweet. My brain feels smart. That Typhoid Berry technology. This location is not stellar for us. Nerf Berry win. You're about to see a lot more Typhoid Berry in the metagame chat. Ajax is coming. These are both locations that are absolute pit states for us. They haven't snapped us yet, so we'll continue playing, but good chance we're bouncing out. This is Gold Conquest. Oh. How? Oh, really? I don't know if this is snappable, but it might be. Yeah, they could roll a location changer from Airship is the problem, so I think I just vibe. Is Enchantress more value than Mary? So, if I put Typhoid Mary into play... If I put Typhoid Mary into play here, I wouldn't be able to discount Scar. Do I snap them? Does it matter where I play Carol? Why does it matter where I play Carol? They need to put 6 here while putting 2 here. And I'm even beating Jeff on a tiebreaker here. I'm even beating Jeff on a tiebreaker. Because if they Jeff here, we're 5-5, they're up 4, I'm up 5. They need like Makari, M'Baku, Jeff type stuff here. 2 Jeffs. I guess in theory they could have 2 Jeffs, but playing Jeff and Erishim actually seems unlikely. You're definitely never. I'm never leaving here is the thing. It's like the TLDR is like TLDR is I'm never leaving. Oh yeah, that's true. There's combinations of how the Jeffs work where Captain Marvel could cover left as well. Yeah, cool.
Victory.
A lot of, just FYI for people that are looking to keep up on metagame stuff, a lot of the sweaty metagamers playing main deck Leech in inbred Erishim is the next level of inbreeding. You can and should be playing around Leech whenever possible. This is the card that people who are inbreeding for the Erishim Mirror are playing now. Inbreeding. Inbreeding in a card game refers to when players are making deck building choices to prioritize winning the mirror as opposed to making their deck generically better against the field. I played the Shadow King on curve here, so that way we could draw a card next turn. Their randoms look to be better than ours. Well, I guess they brick a draw, but their draws are worse than ours on average. Oh my god, they had a black cat. That's cheating. So they have a Rhino, a Debris, or a Luke Cage. Literally have no idea what they mirage. They could have 4 different cards here, because she grabs the lowest cost card. We had 3 3s. Players are playing Erishim, so I'll play Darkhawk. They're playing Darkhawk, so I'll play Rogue. They play Rogue, so I play Leech. Yes, that's basically... It's the little old lady who swallowed the... What's it called? It's that type of thinking. I think it's this, so I can Nomura onto Captain Marvel next turn. The little old lady who swapped. Oh my god! Oh my god! No! Nocturne! Why, Nocturne? Why? Nocturne! No! No! Oh no! Alright, well, we gotta win. We gotta win 2 in a row, I guess. We gotta win 2 in a row, I guess. Classic Nocturne there. Someone else asked me last week, should they buy Nocturne or Sage? And I asked them what their tolerance was for putting their phone through their window if they rolled bad Nocturne variants. And just like, truthfully, it's one of the most important factors that if you should get this card. She's so good, but like, good golly, are games like that one something that's just gonna happen to you sometimes? Never moving Nocturne on turn 4 again. So that's the difference between me and someone who is going to be feels-based, right? Like, I can understand that, like, what I did is the right decision even if it lost me the game. I was kind of hoping to crossbones here this turn, so that's sad. Was it right because we wanted to deny the symbiote? Yeah. Want to keep their lane full.
Clear for takeoff.
Did they also spike my Nomura in their 3-card Loki is the question here. Their 3-card Loki was Luke Cage, Nomura, Scar. Their 3-card Loki was Luke Cage, Nomura, Scar. I feel like whenever I see people complaining about Loki online, like, this just must be what, like, every one of their opponents' Lokis look like. Does Carol take Fist Tower into consideration? She does, yes. I don't think I have any outs here, right?
Locked in.
Like something like this for the best possible. Nocturne mid, Quake Scarlet. Does Quake Scar win the left? It's only 2-10. Yeah, I guess that's probably our best shot. They could fill one of these 2 locations too, right? This loses to them filling. Fucker. Oh, it was so close to. God damn. Literally 1 point. don't think there was anything I could have done here. It's so funny to me that I can sit here and objectively talk about like what happened and how it's an incredible high roll, and then there are people in chat who will unironically be like, no, but nerf Loki, please. It's just like, it's so eye roll inducing. Again, for people looking at Shadow King stuff, they have Luke Cage, which prevents me from Shadow Kinging them, so that's a tough end to the run. I guess in the last game, I probably didn't need to Nocturne when we ended up rolling TVA. I wanted to be able to Nomura my Nocturne, but I wasn't Nomoring till turn 5 anyways, so it's like, it feels bad to like lose to like making a small mistake with my Nocturne on the 1 in 40 or however many locations there are, and then like their Loki ending up being 3 almost perfect cards when they only got 3 cards, but that's just the beats, right? Like, I'm pretty happy, and this is, I think, a good example of you can't just look at the games that happened, you have to look at like the what and the why in them, because so many people will walk away from a matchup be like, does it not really be like the wrong conclusion of fuck Loki, but they'll also be like, oh, I lost the matchup, guess it's bad for me. It's like when I sit down and think about the number of things that had to break right, and I made a small mistake that then Nocturne broke poorly with in the game before this, it's like, I'd be surprised if this matchup is worse than a coin flip, and probably good for us in general. Like, their deck does not consistently put out numbers. Like, very fortunate for them, like in this game, for example, they also drew these 2 early and then like had this to fill on top of everything else to exactly tie us here. Just like how it goes sometimes. This deck was sweet. I'm glad we had this as a submission. Like I mentioned when we were starting this deck, I think this archetype is one of the many in Marvel Snap that like it flashed up after Nomura released, but then, you know, Nomura wasn't new and shiny anymore, and players like moved on to chasing the next exciting thing, and that set really felt like it hammered home in my brain that this is a contender I should have around. The mixture of good interactive bits with like Enchantress, good point slam with Scar, some flexibility with Captain Marvel, and then ultimately the big power in a lot of those games that we played are playing a bunch of good 2s on the last turn, right? Like playing a mixture of 2 energy Scar, Quake, Armor, and Shadow King really lets you get people in a lot of situations where they're not expecting to get got, which gives you pretty solid cube equity. Having that unpredictability in a variety of ways the last turn is a good way to lull your opponents into staying for 8 cubers that they should be leaving for. All right, have some adverts. We're gonna play a different deck when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, video gamers. Hey, supporter, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. I saw this with decent stats. It's been a second since I tried this. We can go play some of that. I also saw some of the other people playing this one, which has the old bibbity bobbity doing it. Did you buy the She-Hulk? Yeah, I buy all of the free variants like that, Ben. That was the same ratio as buying credits. I think it's so funny to me how many people can watch that last game that we played and talk about how Marvel Snap has too much variance in it. Especially considering, like, Magic the Gathering. Magic players are some of the funniest to me. How they'll just, like, completely ignore the fact that their land system makes their game the most incredibly high variance thing that's ever existed in the world in the card game space. And they'll be like, yep, they'll completely ignore everything that I talked about how I made a couple of mistakes and those mistakes resulted in my loss. They'll just be like, nah, Marvel Snap's too high variance, you're fucking casual. It's like, yes, Marvel Snap is incredibly high variance if you are an idiot who refuses to be reflective and take ownership over the mistakes that you made during the course of your games. Card games, especially card games like Marvel Snap that have very clear variance elements, will always have an excuse for why you lost a card game other than you made a mistake. Marvel Snap is a game where on average you see 75% of the cards in your deck in a given game. It is easily the lowest variance card game I've ever touched. And in fact, I would go so far as to say it's important that the word random appear on your cards in some spots, because if the word random wasn't on enough of these cards, people wouldn't be able to win games because they suck shit. And they would get bored and they would leave because it would become way too skill-based. Gamers always say they want their card games to be less variance, but in reality, they don't want their card game to actually require them to be good. They want their card game to allow them to feel smart while giving themselves cop-outs for reasons they lost other than I need to get better and improve. It's a very ego-saving thing. Never reflective, always point at the RNG and complain about it. If I wanted to feel dumb, I'd play chess. Yeah, exactly that. There are plenty of good zero variance games out there. The reason why gamers are drawn to card games is because the variance element is important. Bibbidi bobbidi boo, I choose you. Awkward. Extra awkward. Feeling pretty torched, video gamers. Feeling pretty torched.
Escaped.
Probably Mill. Looks okay-ish against Doc Ock, I suppose. We're not a great Limbo deck. I'm expecting this deck to be pretty mediocre. Every time I picked up and played Dracula Dump in the last 4 to 6 months, it's felt really mediocre. I'm skeptical that the Mysterio Mockingbird Sasquatch package does enough to keep it going. Airship meta makes it brave to play Mill. Chat, people don't play Mill because it's good. They play Mill because they enjoy making their opponents feel miserable. How our deck ever reasonably beats them in a Limbo game. Maybe it involves Pass on 5, Infinite on 6, but they're also a Shang-Chi deck. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that was an above average Baron Zemo. I'm honestly just gonna leave the match. This matchup seems basically impossible for us.
Escaped.
Take a mulligan. Marvel stat players and emoting after you decide to stop playing a polarized matchup that was in their favor. Oh, video gamers. Why didn't Zemo draw Cosmo? Because their cable took Cosmo. The mute button permanent now or does it reset? It's permanent per opponent. So once you mute a specific opponent, they will be still muted if you queue into them a second time. So there's no automatically mute everyone at the start right when you start playing against them. But if you send someone to the Shadow Realm, they'll remain there in the future. Not sure if Bill is actually good, but I hate playing against it. Bill has basically never had good stats on any of the public trackers, and anecdotally, it doesn't seem very good when I play against it.
Impressive.
Wolverine and X-23 both going back to the same location on the 1 and 9 is about how our variance has gone today. Scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling today? I'm like a solid, like, 8.5, maybe 9. A good day. Had a great weekend. Gold Hydra Bob Wen. He's like, kind of like UA2 tier in terms of split priority. It's really just not about to be a thing that we're concerned with. Oh god, Machine World means that my Dracula's not good here either. Uatu tier, that feels personal. Oh good, it should.
Impressive.
Enough said, Bob.
Martyr was the singular worst draw in my deck. Yeah, that tracks.
Hail Hydra!
Enough said.
Oh my god, did we get him? Holy.
Victory.
best Bob replacement? I assume you can replace Bob with any good card of your choosing. Ideally, make it one that costs 1 or 2 energy. Zero, Lizard, Gladiator, Maximus, maybe. I don't know. Bob's probably fine here, but yeah, Blade could be fine. Pick a card that costs 1 or 2 energy and has more points of power than cards at that energy cost typically have. Basically what he's doing here. Raccoon. I think Rocky Raccoon's probably not great because you're a Cosmo deck. You also ideally want to play the card on curve some of the time. You want it to work with your Cosmo. Like Maximus and Gladiator like work with Cosmo, which is nice. Ant-Man's tough in your Martyr deck, I think. I think I'd play like Blob, or I think I'd play Blob, like Lizard or Blade or Max before I played Ant-Man. You can even play something like Silk, honestly, too. It's probably not a bad one. What was on Twitter that you had to copy? It wasn't Twitter. Would Miles be better than Martyr here? Are you aware of what Miles does? I feel like you're not. RST, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. If you must know, I have been thinking about getting a credit card for my business account at the bank that I have for that, and they sent me an offer to my email that they would give me $600 if I opened a card and spent $6 grand over the first 3 billing cycles. Which, let's be honest, yeah, we could probably do that in Marvel Snap Splits, easy peasy.
There's no strings on me. There's no strings on me. How do I win? I don't think I can, right? I'm leaving. I think it's just Death Nolan we lose. The Machine World's also awkward for us. Sasquatch and Mockingbird both looking pretty clunky. Mysterio Squirrel Girl being in our bottom 3 also isn't stellar, though.
Escaped.
Yeah, Galactus is a card we need to realistically think about, too, but I think Death Null is also something we don't beat here. Does my opponent's deck have good stats? Nope, it is actually atrocious.
Oh, snap.
In fact, I would go so far as to say the opponent's archetype is probably one of the highest played archetypes that has a sub 50% win rate on the Untapped tracker. It is incredibly popular, despite having absolute hot dog water metrics. These locations mean that even though I have the Mysterio this time around, it just doesn't matter. Right? I'm pretty sure this one doesn't count as played for Sasquatch. And it definitely doesn't count for discounting Mockingbird. I even lose a Mysterio here to miniaturize that in the middle. Did it count for Sasquatch? Oh, you're totally right, it did. That's good to know for the future. I think we're still torched here, but this will stay. Alright, thankfully the opponent's deck is more trash than ours, so we're good to go. Jeff says his deck is kind of trash and I'm excited. I mean, that's what most people come here for, chat. To watch us play the decks that are fairly objectively trash. What's the Cliff Notes versions of how to get inked or gold cards? You have to keep splitting the same card multiple times. Rocket so your first chance to get a gold split is the 5th time you split a card. Your first chance to get an ink split is the 4th time you split a card. Those are the only 2 premium ones available at the moment. I think 3 of these has got to be enough.
Hello, so happy.
They don't typically play like... They don't typically play like Venom, right? They play Venom. Okay, so they would need to destroy, what, 16 power worth of stuff to beat us here? That seems unlikely. And they would also have to win here and here on top, here or here on top of it, which just does not seem feasible.
Oh, snap.
I guess Killmonger makes our Squirrel Girl less good here. Unlucky.
Hands up.
We're still pretty incredibly favored here. And they have to try and win 4 in a row now. Because they're a Killmonger deck, I think I want to save Martyr for turn 5. Make Squanch cheaper. I tried the opponent's decks a few weeks ago and it was very ass. That's because it is very ass. By doing this now to try and get Gwen pulled down to these, maybe I am just playing all of these. I'm so torn. There's definitely some tension in playing around Killmonger versus not here. This covers Galactus, yep. This game. Squirrel Girl and Mysterio together feels pretty unplayable. Thanks for the 6 years, Corthian. Appreciate it. Oh my gosh, they murdered my ones. Thank you, opponent. Better known you were gonna do that. I would have played my Wasp with my Motor. Oh my god, I win because of the Wasp. That's hilarious.
Victory.
Wow, we've lost the left, but we've won the war. Alright, our C tier deck has bested their D tier deck. Let's see if we can convert to an infinite ticket now, huh? Is it better to unlock Jeff or unlock Thanos? It really depends on what your goals are with your Marvel Snap collection. So Jeff the Baby Land Shark is an objectively good card that can be played in a lot of decks. So if you're looking to optimize decks that you have, Jeff is an excellent pickup that will help you optimize the decks that you have. Thanos, however, is a unique card that offers a play pattern that you won't have access to without him. So if you read Thanos and you like the idea of playing him, the only way you're going to be able to play him is if you have him. Whereas like Jeff the Baby Land Shark can be substituted in most decks that play him for something else fairly easily. I think I'm throwing away Cosmos. Sorry, bud. I think too many places give out the advice of you're just supposed to get cards that go in the most decks, as opposed to talking about getting cards that help you unlock new archetypes. And this is, I linked my tier list video and someone asked that question. I kind of get down into that nitty-gritty detail of, okay, which of these should you be focusing on and which cards unlock archetypes versus not. Hey, look, they finally found a use for Loki, playing her into a path where she doesn't trigger. Funny how that works. I kind of want to stay. Can I stay? My Dracula kind of sucks shit, though. Stickin' Jones, thank you for the quarter of the year. Welcome back.
Kneel before Galactus.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good step. Yes, this is the last round of gold. That's a good step. Nothing I can do there. It's not a card we're ever playing around. We take our 2-cube loss and we go to the next one. It's not a big deal, gamers. Sometimes they're gonna get you. That's just how it be. What's going on, Bird Killer? Thanks for the prime. Appreciate the support.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm staying again.
Hello, can you understand me?
I will say this matchup is significantly more challenging when my opponent insists on putting good cards like Dr. Octopus and Gwenpool in their deck as opposed to Darkhawks and Blobs. Well, they're just doing all of it. Okay. Yes is the answer.
I still believe in heroes.
They wouldn't have played Darkhawk left if they had Shang, right? They'd have played it in the middle. Obviously, they couldn't play it right. They have to play 2 cards right to beat us there, so it can't just be a singular big 6-drop. I guess a singular big 6-drop beats us on the left, and then we're losing the center? Leave, I guess. Dr. Octopus is definitely very good against our deck. They also left. I should have fucking stayed, chat. Their deck is just like, runs on empty so much of the fucking time. Good God. Why is Blob bad in Airshim? In my experience playing with Airshim a bunch, I think one of the primary ways in which you lose games is having too many expensive cards that you can't play out of your hand. And I think Blob is not good enough for what he does in the deck to be worth a clunky slot that's going to clunk your deck up. I also think simply getting 15 to 17 points of power, which is what that card generates on average, is like not really anything to write home about. Sure, it feels extra good in the games where it comes up with like Absorbing Man or whatever the other card is that he combos with, but those are definitely more the exception than the rule. It's not true that those are the average case of what's going on. Might die to a Doc Ock again. Think there's a world where they buff Blob? Maybe, but I don't think we're currently living in it by any means.
Oh, snap.
It's a whole lot of nothing here. I think Blob is seeing enough play inside of Airship decks that there's no way they're willing to buff him. I think there's zero reason to see a card that's seeing as much play as he is. My opinion that he's kind of clunky and isn't a card I want in Airship doesn't mean people aren't playing him. There's zero reason to ever buff a card that has a reasonable play rate. Save your buffs for cards that aren't performing well. I found my new White Queen deck. It's Airship. Airship will just be where I play all my crappy pet cards. It definitely lets you get away with that more than anything else. Mystique and Absorbing Man working with Blob is an intended feature.
Victory.
There's a new Vibranium offer. You know, it was easy to tell there was going to be a Vibranium offer today, chat. I just spent $100 on gold. There's always a new Vibranium offer after I spend $100 on gold. Gosh, our opponent roping us is so tedious. Come on, bud. This is almost assuredly better for them than us. Our deck is really good at running out of gas before the end of the game. A second nowhere is potentially good for us, I think. They have an Infinite that they can pass turn 4 to play turn 5. Why so stingy with Mysterio, or are you just waiting on Deadpool? What does stingy mean? Do you want me to make him more agile so we can attempt to hit our KPIs? Otherwise, we're gonna have to discuss it at tomorrow morning stand-up. This isn't, not your boss you're trying to impress with buzzwords. You wanna be specific if you wanna talk about something. Stingy means greedy, but what does that mean? What does greedy mean? Are you asking me why am I not playing Mysterio on turn 2? Is that what's trying to be articulated? If that's what you want to say it. That's the whole point of the bit with the company talk. It's the fucking problem with company talk are all the people who just like, you know, they don't actually say what they mean. They say a bunch of other words instead to sound fancy. I think I'm just doing this. Yeah, there's 2 reasons you want to hold on until Mysterio for later in this deck. The first is Gwenpool, the second is Sasquatch, and then the third generically is it lets you limit how you're filling in your game board until you have more information later on. So there's a whole bunch of reasons to sit on him. But even hesitant, right? Why not just like sit, take a second and articulate, Jeff, why aren't you playing the card on turn 2? That's what you're trying to ask, right? So articulate it. This gives me 1926 over here. It gives me extra here. No, I want to play Squirrel Girl here, so that way if they play 1 card here, she kicks back, and if they play 2, she stays. Because if I play Squirrel Girl and Titania kicks over, they'll be at 10, and this Mysterio is 6, so I'll be winning even if they play nothing here. If they play 1 thing, she comes back, and if they play 2 things, she stays here and can't move to begin with. I think we're in an okay spot here. Why did they play nothing? I have no idea, but they also didn't run the rope all the way down, so they pressed it turn. I don't know if that was a mistake. Had to have been, yeah. They were lining up turn 8 Infinite. That does feel like what just happened there, yeah. Let's get this variance out of the way first here.
Knowledge is power.
Slightly below average, but at least not a natural 1. They haven't played any cards yet that interface with Sanctum, but they could have a random one, right? My hand's not bad, though. I could do Jeff and Martyr and just Squanch in the middle. We're kind of resistant to Dr. Octopus. They could have hit something like a Vision off of Agent Coulson. I think I'm gonna mulligan. They think their hand is good. And this is something I think enough people don't do enough in this matchup. A lot of people suck at snapping and retreating, which is one of the reasons why they have such a hard time against Arishem. I think if the Arishem player thinks their hand is strong and our hand's only okay, we should leave, because the Arishem player doesn't consistently have strong hands. Their deck is higher variance. What does Mockingbird do? You should check out the untapped extension there, and it'll let you take a look-ski-poo at all of the cards we have. Like here, I'm gonna actually snap and then wait to play Hydra Bob, and then we'll play Bob over here and Lycolis, I think is the plan. Because then he can't move once we've snapped. So this snap is in part, I have Sasquatch Mysterio, I think our hand is good, but also I just want to like get the game snapped so that way I can play Bob here and get him the bonus. I'm doing this to grab priority here, so that way I can Cosmo the White Hot room with priority to stop any on removals they have. I will say the games where I have Squirrel Girl and Mysterio together feel atrocious with this deck. Speaking of things that feel atrocious. Relatively straightforward turn 5, yeah. Conservative scam artists. Isn't it redundant to say conservative scam artists together? Unfortunately, so it's just how it goes. The best way to describe JD Vance that makes it clear what kind of grifter that he is. He's one of those people on the right who complains about the Democrats being coastal elites when he has an Ivy degree education. Was relatively close, especially considering how bad Jotunheim was us. I'd say I was surprised about how many people there are like that on the right, but just like basically the entire premise of being a conservative in 2024 involves you being ignorant of reality. So a bunch of Ivy Leaguers who are Republicans telling people that they're gonna help save them from the coastal elite is it's about par for the course. Okay, so I need +5 on the right. This is +6 over there. 18, 23. And they just punted the left, so we'll play our big card out. Okay, cool. Rubber band game. It's so weird to me to hear people talk about how oppressive this deck is when I can play a deck that looks like this against it and still play competitive, good, interesting games of Marvel Snap. I also think the Aeroship deck, with the variety that it generates in having good variance in how the games play out, generate genuinely good games of Marvel Snap. I very, very rarely walk away from a match against these Aeroship decks feeling like I got cheated out of the whole thing. Like, sometimes they'll hit a high roll. Wait, why did he jump? It's fine, it's like not a big deal, but why did he jump? Is Bob a meme card? I think Bob's a playable 1 energy card that no one should probably ever spend resources on. You substitute Bob for, winnable. Maybe it's gonna come down to Dracula variants, yeah? Oh, that's so unfortunate. Actually just the unluckiest. If the Raptors hadn't been there, we'd have been able to play the Mockingbird next turn. Agent Coulson and Legion are both so good. Why Loki? That's horrible for them. I mean, I assume the rest of their cards are unplayable. Alright, so I gotta dodge my own Gwenpool. No, they can't even Gwenpool. They can play Sasquatch? Is the card they can play? My Jeff, I suppose? Oh, I guess all of my zeros, huh? How many of my cards did they Loki? They Loki'd 3 cards? No, it was more than that. They have 3 cards left and they drew 1. So they Loki'd 5. If the Dracula would have hit Infinite, we would have won, right? Well, unfortunate that we had how many cards that were unplayable? We had Mockingbird, Infinite, Gwenpool, Dracula, Cosmo, Mysterio. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 6 unplayable cards. And then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess we are 50-50. So three play. This is, I feel like enough people don't do this, right? Because like, an instinct at a glance, I look at this and I'm like, oh, it's pretty unlucky that they got 3 cards they could play out when they hit 5. But then I sit there and I actually think about it. It's like, oh, it's actually just like marginally above average that they got 3 playables out of 5 cards, yeah? most of the time that's happening. And even then, when they get a little bit better than a coin flip, we were still 1 in 3 to hit this and win the breaker. Also, a little bit of location variance here on the Raptors. If the Raptors hadn't happened, we would have been able to get the Mockingbird into play. They made a good play with Legion. I mean, they had fortunate location variance with Legion. You are correct. Agent Coulson and Legion are both very, very good Marvel Snap cards. So, feels bad a little bit to lose a close set in the last round. I think this is on Conquest more than any specific matchup. It's definitely one of the worst feel bads in Marvel Snap to be like, oh, I lost the last 2 cubes to a 50%er into losing a 1 in 3. And now, like, the last hour of Conquest that I played was actually worth nothing other than a couple of Conquest medals. Like, that feels kind of bad, but that's just, like, a facet of Conquest being, like, the most feel-bad gameplay format mode that Marvel Snap has available to it. You don't get to shrug off your slightly low rolls as, oh, this took me 3 minutes, and, like, this took me an hour. It took me an hour to get to this point where I low rolled. That's just how it be. All right, chat, have some adverts. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then we'll play something else when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Subscribers, this is my last viewer deck. If you have a deck you want to submit, it could be the next one when we return. Tip at the link. See you in a minute. left my headset upstairs. Sorry for the slightly longer than normal break. My 10-year-old spilled half a bottle of drink upstairs in the kitchen. He was concerned he was in trouble, so give him some paper towels. Help him spray it down after he mops it up. This is broken, someone said. It looks like it. Bryce! Must be free, chat. New Angel variant. Lovely piece of art for an unplayable card. You can play it on Discord, get it for free. Yep. It works if you restart the client. That sounds like Marvel Snap. What was I gonna do? We did that. Clicked there. Hey, Kurthel, thanks for the deck submission. I guess I should have looked at it before I said thank you. This is a real pile of cards. Some War Machine gaming here. Nocturne, Jeff. Koi Koi? What's going on? Two wrongs. Thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, no Sunspot, no Hope are the two standouts for me. I feel like Hope is a card I really want here to be able to like War Machine into Hope. Why is War Machine viewed as a bad card? Because its effect isn't worth the 4/6 body. 4/6 is like below rate for its effect. Carl Dog, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Especially with the Jeff and the Nocturne are good with this card too. Let's play a couple of games. See how we feel after a couple of games. You're definitely lacking cards to do at the bottom end of your curve, Kurthel. Hey, Violet, thank you for the submission. I assume this is Dakin at 11 cards. Always looks lovely. I feel like War Machine should be like a 5/8. I think it could be as big as a 5/9, honestly. Freaking Spider-Man 2099 huge.
Snap.
See, I actually disagreed that War Machine needs to be 4 cost. I think you generally speaking want to play War Machine on turn 5 anyways, so you might as well make him cost 5 and then give him an appropriate stat line to match. His effect is most potent when triggered the turn before the end of the game, so you might as well give him as much power as you possibly can while putting him at a cost that makes you play him that turn. Yeah, the one extra energy on turn 4, 5 is just gonna get unused in most situations, I think. So, and maybe this isn't... War Machine's initial design was intended to be a card that gives counterplay to Professor X while not being a card that Professor X decks could play themselves. So that's why he's not an ongoing, or they wouldn't want him to be an activate. But it's definitely possible that, like, Professor X's redesign to be have counterplay for move cards means that that's no longer an important facet of War Machine's design. And they just want him to be like a flexible way to get you into locations that you'd otherwise be locked out of. War Machine was 5, you couldn't use him to Storm Scam, though. That's true. That is accurate.
Oh, snap.
Makari, dude, where's Makari? There she is. There she is. I think I want a Nocturne middle, just in case they're a deck that cares about Onslaught Citadel.
Wind, aid my hand.
That is a Hub Storm, looks like. Claw the left, and then we're gonna draw Legion and put a Onslaught Citadel over here. They get up to 17 in the middle. I think it's this. I think it's this. Is Local Man about to be Killmongered?
Wind, aid my
I guess we get rogued. If they rogue without Killmonger as well, they'd have a coin flip. They have Killmonger and rogue. Oh my god. London sandcastles falling down, falling down, falling down. Do 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 do. What a perfect card for the Silver Border gamers. Absolutely stellar card to have that border on. Did you order the tech card Supreme? I did.
Opponent snap.
We play this here. Stonks Rising, and Quake's always got big stonk shit. She's so good. Man, am I gonna give away the whole game when I claw the center instead of the right? Does it matter? Does it matter? Actually, you know what I'm gonna do here, chat? The Shuri is attached to the Nexus here. So if I move the Nexus this turn, their Shuri won't happen. I don't believe this is Dara. Dara's not streaming, and he doesn't strike me as someone playing the game off stream for fun in the Proving Grounds. He's a ladder sweater when he plays. Usernames aren't unique, chat. A lot of content creators change their username quite regularly as well. They just turned off the stream to stop you from sniping. Yeah, that's probably real. Right? Ah! Oh, brutal. What a sequence. Well played, let me put it. We thought we had him with the Quake there, Shuri line. The Carnage, Venom, Ghost Spider. Cooked us nice. Got us by this much. Half of Ben Brode's threads posts are him telling people they didn't actually play against him. Yep. DZ, thanks for upping that Prime for the 2nd month. Appreciate it. Welcome back.
Breaking news.
Oh, I'm snapping because it's the Proving Grounds, but getting a Wolverine from them here means Nebula is not long for this world, unfortunately. She's in danger. I believe. Man, I was hoping to drive anymore this turn. I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Excuse me?
Wind, aid my hand.
I definitely need to change my underwear. Enough said.
And then assuredly, Makari wins us this game every time, yes? Run, Makari, run. All right, Makari. Left. Left or middle? Left or middle? We tie if she goes middle. We win if she goes left. I-O. Let's go! Splish, splash. Jeff was taking a bath. Do-do-do-do.
Victory.
Look at our baby land shark chat. He's adorable. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. I need your approval of my questionable decision to get Makari. I think Makari is sweet inside a Gwenpool deck. If you are a Gwenpool enjoyer, she's okay. So this is random, but I just thought about it because I was thinking about Gwenpool and being a Gwenpool enjoyer. One of my buddies asked me the other day, is Gwenpool the best season pass card since Loki? And I think that might be the case. What are our other season pass cards since then? So we had like Black Swan, Shaw, Scar. Oh, is Hope in there? Hope, Blink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was Elsa after Loki? Elsa was after Loki, yeah? Gilgachad. I think Miss Marvel was before Loki, yeah? I think she's easily... Or wait, what was... Hope was this year too, right? It's a toss-up between Hope and Gwenpool. No, Miss Marvel was November. Okay, so probably not since Loki. Because, like, Elsa and Miss Marvel both got nerfed, right? Forgot Baron Zemo. Did I forget Baron Zemo? Did I forget Baron Zemo? I think it's either Hope or Gwen. It's close. I think I'd give the edge to Hope. These are since December, yeah? Let's 8 season pass cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I'd give Hope the slight edge, but in general, I think she's definitely one of the better cards from this group. Also, the specific metrics here aren't super relevant. I can look at latest patch, I guess, but even latest patch, like these aren't really real. They include a lot of these include metrics that are like Agatha bot farming. Like this Gilgamesh being negative 0.72 cubes is because he's contained in an Agatha deck people are intentionally throwing with. A lot of the specific numbers on Untapped are kind of useless right now. I've been trying to talk them into like making their website useful, but they always have this problem early in the season with Agatha bot farmers. Yeah, I agree, Narcolepsy. There are 3 or 4 instances at this point of me saying to the Untapped people, hey, all the Agatha data needs to come out. It just needs to not be included.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
They have a create server for their content creators. I've advocated for that a couple times a month since it happened. Hopefully it eventually gets through. God, our deck is incredibly clunky. I guess I can play War Machine on curve this turn, but if I play this on curve, then I'm not playing either of these next turn, which feels real bad. Are you ready, kids? Oh, unlucky. Of all the locations in Marvel Snap, these are some of them. Feeling pretty torched. Your new video on Dex was amazing. Thanks for creating it. Yeah, I am pleasantly surprised that the budget Dex video is performing slightly above expectations. Generally speaking, budget stuff doesn't perform great, so that one not being my stone cold worst performing video for the month is a huge win. Ah, the Claw, still a wonderful cube thief he is. Surprise, Claw! Socials! The only social media site I am dumb enough to subject myself to is Twitter. Part of me really hopes Twitter hits a point where it has enough pornography on it that advertisers will stop asking me to post on there for them so I can delete the account, but as long as the sponsors periodically ask for posts there, I'm obligated to keep it. Oh, we hit Crossbones as a 230th split today. Fun one. My deck doesn't really need on reveals or ongoings, so leave ourselves the option to get rid of either of those. Well, that's really good for them. Oh yeah, the curve in this deck is just like Clunk City. Chaos, really? Thanks for the land shark, bud. Appreciate you. Here is 13 only. Do you want a Legion brain it? Oh god, that's such a good question. Holy. Man, I sure do, don't I? Yippee-ki-yay, gamers! Yippee-ki-yay! right. Got him! I'd like the record to reflect we were winning regardless here, but going full Legion Brain was definitely the funniest outcome.
Victory.
We talked about it a lot, but definitely one of the most underplayed cards in Marvel Snap. It's so good. It's so good!
Snap.
Sage Lee, I missed your membership on the YouTube side this morning. Apologies if you're still here. Thanks for hanging out. My body is ready to get Shang-Chi as one of their mystery cards, but we'll see how it goes here. I guess the Giganto means I can play for all three now. Tech cards, baby, tech cards, yeah. I mean, is Arishem the reason Rogue is everywhere? Arishem is, the mirror match is the reason why Arishem plays Rogue, but like in a regular deck, Rogue's not that great against Arishem. You'd rather have a Shang-Chi or a Shadow King, right? Because like roguing Blob when your deck doesn't have that many big cards in it is like not that good. People are playing Rogue because of opposing Darkhawks. I don't know that I buy that either, right? Because like the Darkhawk's not that big unless it's... the Darkhawk's not that big unless you have enablers for it. And the decks that are playing Darkhawk with proper enablers actually aren't that popular by the metrics. I think they're good playable decks, but by the numbers, they are not super popular. They don't have any Ronin synergy cards. That's an interesting observation. Just like yet another game where we have way too many cards. The War Machine part of this deck feels real bad. That card's just like really not playable. Actually, I guess I should say the 6 energy War Machine part of this deck feels not great specifically. Yeah, Maxus being their last card here makes a lot of sense.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, I just don't know how we win the game ever. I was wrong on my initial War Machine read. I thought Ebony Maw turn 6 would be stronger. I mean, to be fair, it was pretty good in like the Black Knight decks, and then they just like nerfed Zabu. War Machine got markedly worse when they nerfed Zabu. It made Black Knight stuff significantly worse. Yeah, we have 3 more chances here, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we get full skunked and they come back 2 to 10. Just because our deck feels real clunky and inconsistent. Is this a gold ticket? No, this deck wasn't good enough for me to spend a gold ticket on it. I know I have a lot of them, but I want the decks to be at least somewhat serviceable if I'm gonna sweat there. Is it Silver or Proving Grounds? I don't remember which. Yeah, we are literally playing a deck where like every single tech card they're playing other than Mobius has text box. Alright, we have the Storm War Machine Legion cheese curve here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Well, I guess the Starlit Citadel makes this a little bit less exciting. They can't interact with us here now, right? So do I just do this now? I think it is incredibly silly and shows a giant misunderstanding of Marvel Snap card evaluations to be like pre-evaluations were wrong, so people get it wrong in the context of War Machine. The format is so much different today than it was when War Machine released. Like, not only was Professor X a dominant card, but we also had Zabu. Like, there's a lot of context there that's different. You're right that War Machine on release ended up being a bit weaker than people expected it to, but the fact that it's even worse than that now has to do with a lot of stuff. Alright, we did finally cheese them out here, though. I will say playing War Machine, playing 4 cards that cost 5+ in this deck felt real bad. And the only part of War Machine that felt useful was doing Legion cheesy stuff, but I'm not sure that that's a good enough reason to actually play the card. I do believe we have a pure sodium here. Probably the Proving Grounds. The salt is justified. Now, you know what's not justified, chat? Just, like, leave when you're 2 cubes versus fucking 10 and been being a salty little bitch about it. They knew what deck I was playing. Oh, this whole video is muted. Sorry, my headphones are upstairs, and I unmuted it in one spot, and it must have been muted somewhere else. So I'm gonna run and grab those while these ads roll, but I didn't realize it wasn't running because I can't hear any of my computer sound at the moment. Glop, glop, glop. Thanks for the prime. That was Silver, so marginally better than Proving Ground, but like, don't be so sodium when you're like already choosing to sweat. I think you were gonna statistically get got at some point in there. Lovely Deadpool. All right, I'll see you in 120 seconds, gamers. We are going to play a Dakin stature deck when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. You're me. 100k medals this season. I never set a goal for medals. Just instantly get what we get. We play a lot of conquests, so whatever happens, happens. Cowboy Exquisite, thank you for the 41 months. Welcome back. Do you have a gold Deadpool? I do. Want to see the new one in gold? I have gold and inked. That's a pretty good one. Obviously, I'm gonna leave mine on gold, because that's what we do around here, but... You like Judd stuff, you're in for a treat. I do enjoy Judd stuff. Give us a new deck slot. Track its stats. When are we going to get a patch to get more deck slots? Asking the real questions. A solid curve here. Deck it into Silver Samurai is a wonderful 3-4. Get Valentina down early so we can see what options we have here. I likes these options, Chad. I likes the options. Oh, but wait. I was thinking I wanted to Arnim Zola the deck in, but that actually doesn't matter in this deck, right? Because there's no way to destroy the shards. It's only deck in Silver Samurai. Have we done Makari Bomb C4? We have. It's awful. Wish I could find room for Killmonger. Yeah, it feels like a tough fit. Because you don't want to give up any of your early proactive stuff. You'd have to give up like Shang-Chi or Nocturne. That doesn't sound stellar. Oh my god, Samurai discard Zola. That's so true. I think this is still the play. Because I think I want to shred their hands here. Is Angela still good? Yes! Angela's a very good Marvel Set card. Definitely taking him a land here. I assume you played this deck a bit, Violet. How does my Jund fare against Tron? Is this a bad matchup? Or is it alright some of the time? Didn't she used to be +2? She was +2. That doesn't change the answer to my question, though. Did she used to be better? Yes. Did she used to be one of the best 2-drops in the game? Also, yes. Is she still very playable? Yes. Is it Tron? It's probably not Tron. It has extra energy, so why not call it that? What's Tron? Tron's a ramp deck in Magic the Gathering. Airship is Battle of Wits. Way too playable to be that.
Squad's still a little light.
Airship is Yorian. Yes, that is, I accept. These terms and conditions are reasonable. Which was also a deck that, historically speaking, trampled all over mid-rangey style decks, yes? I'm gonna have 13, 16, 21, 32, 38 divided by 3. I only have 13 everywhere, so I could never compete in the center, so we're definitely supposed to leave here. Really awful snap from the opponent. With Mount Vesuvius, unless they're getting rid of Mount Vesuvius, 0% they should snap there. Because they get to snap, but I can't leave on the final turn. For people, so a couple people were asking earlier about Donald Trump's VP pick. Here's a quick bullet point summary. Once called Trump America's Hitler, but since has been brown-nosing him. Supports a national abortion ban without exceptions for rape or incest. Doesn't believe in gay marriage. Put my card into place so we can let that time out. is a proponent of the great replacement theory, is on the Russia side of Russia's war with Ukraine. And then there's also this glowing take: if people really love their kids, they'll stay in violent marriages. Just a pretty typical GOP candidate, all things considered. Vince has been publicly selected as his VP pick, yes. Awkward. Every Hulk is gonna be huge. Dr. Octopus is such a good Marvel Snap card. I definitely think that's one that more Airship decks should be playing inside of their actual deck. That Miles Literal Shop. No, that Miles variant was one of the whale track variants on the website. A couple months back, if you spent $200, you got this as an extra bonus. Opponent is really good about snapping after they make their play that wins in the game. Yes, we have that going for us. So far, we have not felt particularly competitive here. Our opponent's deck has just been thoroughly going over the top of what we're doing. Their Valentina's a lot better than our Valentinas have been, shit. Seems unfair, really. Midway Monster, thank you for the 62 months, appreciate it. Fun fact, chat. When they commissioned the artist for this, the instructions were, have your model make the face the average Marvel Snap player makes before they play their tech card. I feel like they nailed it. Thunder Punch, thank you for the 19 months, appreciate that. Welcome back. Average tech card enjoyer.
Avengers!
Assemble.
Yeah, let's finish it. I'd like to get to another matchup here. Oh, there's that man turn. Apologies.
It's clobbering time.
Yeah, Ultra might be okay here. He gets this. How did they beat us? Rating 13 on the left. They copied our deck. Nothing moved. I haven't discarded anything. They'd have to have an insane top deck here, yeah? We can switch Nocturne and Jeff. Yeah, I suppose we can. That exposes us to the chance that she's violent, but it's probably minimal enough. Thanks, I think.
There's no strings on me.
Devin, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Matchup has felt impossible. Opponent finally played Loki and we couldn't lose. Average game of Marvel Snap. This matchup seems tough. Thank God my opponent chose to play Loki.
Opponent snapped.
For people asking about cards like Valentina, Valentina is just like a generically good card here that also has some loose synergy with Luke Cage. If this deck is reasonable, you definitely don't have to have her. Lucas! Lucas! Yeah, Lukey. Yeah, Lukey. That's a super scroll they actually put in their deck, chat. This is an incredibly unreasonable outcome.
Kneel before Galactus.
Mother of God. Toy! I mean, sure. Of all the outcomes that were possible there, I think we accept this one. I accept. Drill mid for us. Been playing way more Snaps since Era should release it, probably the rest of the year. I don't think you're alone in that. Current release was real sweet. I think it's this. I think it's this. Oh, right. They have Mobius in play. My poor sandcastle. Assuredly, this never wins the game, right? Am I even supposed to stay for one more cube here? I don't think we are. No, I think we're gonna play like at least one more game regardless. I should have retreated later, but I think I'd rather just like play. I think we'll likely be in a better position in the next one. Their 24 card deck is not likely to have Mobius every game, and that's the card that's giving us fits here. Ancient's only okay for us. I don't really have anything that I can play into it proactively.
This land is always changing.
That feels spooky. That feels spooky AF. Just the talk about them not being able to have this, snap them, and then they emote me. Am I also just a pillar of sodium? Yes, obviously. All emotes are middle fingers, essentially. Different flavors of middle finger for sure.
big up this time?
I hated this to try to roll their Darkhawk. Fuck you. God, this card sucks. Oh, I forgot I had priority. I thought I could kick Silk into the right. Yeah, it probably doesn't matter. That's a pretty big mistake. 50-50! 50-50! How are these budget decks? Can you elaborate? I'm not playing budget decks. Budget decks is a command that links to a video talking about budget decks. Right now I'm playing viewer submitted deck lists. Alright, I'm gonna run some ads and then we'll give this one more try, but that felt pretty fucking helpless. Definitely bigger fish energy. Dak and only having one enabler feels really clunky too. Loki doesn't feel impressive to play against. It doesn't feel impressive to play with. Just again, truly eternally baffled that people think this card is problematic, much less good. I'm gonna put Luke Cage over here, so that way if they're a rogue deck, they're 50-50 to take their Widow's Kiss. Luke is putting in work this side. Luke Cage is a very good tech card. A pretty golden pig. That's not Fool's Gold Pig. A little bit of Valentina high roll.
In range.
Go.
Victory. Victory.
Alright, at least they're not sweating us here. from her to start. That's an actual Uatu inside of their deck. They are a 24 card deck, to be fair, and you get Uatu from simply having him in your deck. Once they have Uatu in their deck, does the odds of being M'Baku'd increase greatly? I feel like it does. This is the play. Everybody clinch! We're at 13 to the left. Okay, okay. We're good? These cards to the right are Texas, right? I doubt they beat 19. Leo.
Victory.
Thanks, Maher. It's performing not the worst thing I've posted this month, which is what I was expecting, so it's exceeding expectations, and hopefully it's a video that'll have some longevity that we can link people to consistently as the topic of decks to work towards as you come in comes up.
Snap.
Yes, I used to make those types of videos a lot when Snap first released, just like YouTube videos that were basically purely designed to like link people to answer questions that were repetitively asked. There's been fewer of those as Marvel Snap has matured. Howdy, Ramstein. Unlucky. What's it called? Would have landed here. We would have been able to shang it. dangerous room we have, Vidya Gamers. Quite the dangerous room.
Victory.
The Uatu airship matchup seems less challenging than the previous one that we played. Interesting. Someone write that down.
Oh, snap.
Adding bad cards to decks makes them less good. Taking notes. Big if true. You switch out Valentina for. I think if you're missing the Valentina stuff, you should check out the Dark Hawk build of this deck, which is actually one of the decks of my budget roundup today. It's really solid core. Secret Cerebro 2 Gaming! Play Miles here and see what we get. Pretty unlucky downgrade. Lead forking shirt balls. Old Captain America that has text on the left over here. Banning Silk into there is pretty good for us. And that is a lovely as well. So I think we do this into this into this. Leader to turn X has to be good, right? Does it? Does it have to be good? It's a big house.
Wakanda forever.
We're good here, yeah. I believe so. I believe.
Victory.
Playing leader into Tarnax would work in paper, yep. That's true, you know. I feel like our opponent just like out there living their worst life in that previous match, just like happened to draw Uatu every single game, basically. Definitely put that card in your deck thinking it's gonna stay in the bottom for you most of the time, and it did not cooperate for them. I play Marvel Snap and Paper with a cardboard cut out of Ben Brown attached to a Roomba for RNG. It's a lovely 1, 2, 3 curve.
Opponent snapped.
Is that an Agent Coulson Gwenpool? It is not. It's a regular Gwenpool. That's so unlucky. Gosh, I think I just empty my hand now, yeah? And just like pass them nothing. I think it's the play. Originally, I was setting up to get rid of Bite's game, but I think that is no longer the case. Those sound like words written by people that watch very specific Marvel Snap streams. I mean, there's usually a name attached to Snap fan posts, yeah? Is that from their Meta Monday post or whatever it is they're calling it? I guess just do this and make it so anything they play to Death Domain dies. Then we just hope that Airship's enough to hold the rate.
All hail Hydra!
That one doesn't do it, boss. An attempt was made, yep.
Victory.
I wish untapped stats weren't all messed up at the moment, so I could like get a better data-driven picture of the format, because right now I only have my own anecdotes to talk about. Three docks and no shag. Unprecedented. Alright, we earned a gold ticket. I'll let it fire the gold ticket. It's usually my rule. What's wrong with Untapped? They have a bunch of Agatha data clunking things up, and currently the top 50% for their Infinite didn't reset properly when the season reset. So it's still counting it at like 33,000, and there's way less people than at Infinite so far. Bold and gold. What do you mean Agatha data? I mean, if you look on Untapped post-Infinite games played, about 10% of the games are from people playing Agatha decks, which takes all of the individual card stats and throws them in a dumpster fire. Because it's a bunch of data from people playing Agatha.
This just in.
Spooderman Red Hulk. Opponent's cooking.
Oh, snap.
staying here? They're probably filling the raft. Oh, come on, video game. They played their zero cost out, probably under Krakoa here, unfortunately.
2 more shall take its place.
Wow, I can't believe they leadered the right instead of something else. Seems crazy. I think it's just this. And try and kick Silk out of the middle. Yeah, for people asking why their leader bricked. Their leader bricked because we destroyed our Black Bolt, which was their highest powered card that we played last turn. We win? Question mark? I think we win the breaker, yeah. No, we just flat out win. We go -3, they go -1. We end up winning importantly because I played around the red hole. Spent all of our NRG. Yeah, this deck plays fine with Dark Hawk. It's actually one of the decks I covered in my budget decks today. It's the Miles Stature deck with the Dark Hawk package shoved in. This is that archetype explicitly trying to do something that's not Dark Hawk. Here's a location that sucks for us a little bit. I guess if we draw Dakin, we have a free-ish card into it, but other than Dakin, we don't really have a lot of cards that work well there. I guess that's also probably pretty bad for them. Luke at least undoes the power penalty here. Your discards are less effective with the Dark Hawk package. Yeah, I think that's largely a thing that doesn't matter, though. Why are these decks called Jun? Because I'm an old man, and back in my day. And Wolverine and Moon Knight. I'm gonna give you the best piece of deck building advice you're gonna hear all day. Putting more good cards in your deck makes it less bad. I know, I'm incredibly brave. This is why I get the medium-sized books. We're beating Red Hulk middle, yes? Lucas undoing the penalty on stature here felt really good. Ittiest, bittiest, babiest Red Hulk here. A Quinjet and a 12-card deck. I've heard about this in Marvel Snap Legends, chat. How's our deck against Loki? Probably okay. I guess Mobius is good against us. It's a tough card they often play. And I was about to snap them, and then they just got a copy of my Red Hulk or Shang-Chi, so I gotta, like, pump the brakes here for a minute. Try and get rid of Quinjet. Snap the Shang! It's close though. They could play a Red Hulk, which gets them back to 10. Oh, their Jeff kicks my Silk out. But the sewer system lets me play for a tiebreaker. Which we're gonna lose? Question mark. Sick. Thank you, Nocturne.
Victory.
So they were lucky in that they hit the 1 and 3 to get Jeff out of my deck, but then obviously we were lucky because Nocturne rolled Sewer System.
Oh, snap.
Turn and I go way back, gamers.
Victory.
So deck definitely loves Cudlun. They're an actual Loki deck. It's a dying breed.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
Get Dakin down and then we can start rolling into here looking for Silver Samurais and stuff. I'd rather have a chance to reroll Silk or reroll Valentina. Probably reroll Valentina. Want to lose priority to Shadow King middle. I don't think I really need to lose priority to have Shadow King be good there though, right? But a Black Bolt right? That seems loose. I think I want a Doctor Doom. Move this turn.
Doom's all.
So I'm gonna hit Silver Samurai here. Oh, we won the coin flip, which sucks. We have priority. They looking for 5s, so 50% to have our Luke. %. We're gonna have 4, 9, 12, 14 in the middle. And they currently have 1, 2, they have like 4 in the middle. I think a decent shot here. It's a real shame we never rolled Silver Samurai here and can't play Stature this turn to play for the right. They waited the whole tank, so I'm sure that means they drew the Luke Cage. I'm sure that's how it works out. Doctor Doom was our best roll at the end too, because it's a non-zero chance to win the raid. Oh gosh, do they have our Silver Samurai? I don't think they can have enough energy to Silver Samurai, right? That could have been Luke, but yeah, cool.
Victory.
Luke is such a good tech card, chat. So good at mitigating things like location variance. Please, please nerf Loki. You were 100% there because you won. Something like that. All right, can we put a bow on it and get an infinite ticket? We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I mean, after these messages. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Sincerest, thank you for the Prime support. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. To dodge adverts for the next 30 days. Appreciate it. Beep, 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 beep. My day going? My day's swell, Obi. Life is good. Jund is the best shard, something like that. Stature Black Bulbs is biggest Jund energy Marvel Snap has for sure. Closest the game will ever have to a Thought Seize, ideally. I agree, Patton. Part of me wants them to adjust Loki just so I never have to hear people complain about it again. But on the flip side is, I just assume they'll find something else to complain about, so appeasing them probably isn't a smart decision in the long term. Next thing that isn't very good that they find annoying. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. I appreciate everyone that's doing their drop in here in Hoaglandia. My little Twitch tracker says we've got over 200 new followers today. If you're someone that's new and you're enjoying the vibes of the channel, be sure to tap that button and stop by again sometime. My name's Jeff Hoagland. I stream full time here on Twitch with Marvel Snap being my primary focus. You'll find me here Monday through Friday during the week during a typical work day time in the United States. Typically I stream at least 5 or 6 hours a day, but during drops we do much longer than that while the viewer count is popping. I've been streaming full-time here on Twitch for almost 7 years now. Before I was doing Marvel Snap as my focus, I played some Magic the Gathering, Runeterra, and then other turn-based and strategy card games. But something of a relic here on the Twitch platform. Been streaming for over a decade now. In a former life before I was making content full-time, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. Spent time teaching at both the high school and college level, as well as doing some data analytics for a Fortune 50 company for a little while after grad school. I'm very data inclined. You'll find our streams tend to be very analytical. We play a lot of different decks, always looking to improve on the plays that I'm making and figure out what we could have done better with our deck building. A number of days that we play during the week, we do like we're doing today, which is playing viewer-submitted deck lists. We're probably torched here. Their draw through the Subterranea is much better than ours. Next. I know most of what their deck contains just based on seeing these few cards to start. No reason to show them more cards out of ours when we're playing an off-meta thing. Hey, Ray, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Have you made a comment about the assassination attempt? It's been more than 24 hours since someone took a shot at Donald Trump. And if it was a typical school shooting, we would have moved on in the United States in terms of the news cycle already. So I think we should give him the same courtesy he would give a school shooting. If you think gun violence is abhorrent and it is a great problem in the United States, it is. I'd encourage you to vote for people that are willing to address gun violence as opposed to those who aren't. For people who don't live in other countries and aren't familiar with the stats here in the United States, as of just the first half of 2024 so far, there have been 300 mass shooting style of events. 35 of those occurred at schools, with majority of them at being K through 12 schools. They have resulted in 400 plus deaths and another 1,200 plus injuries. The United States is the only developed country in the world where this happens. Only country in the world, period, I believe, where this happens. And the guns are very much the problem. In case you were wondering. The problem here is that, are there any gun nuts in chat that need to pipe up? Anybody that thinks your right to own a gun is more than my grade schooler's right to feel safe at school, you pipe up and a mod will show your fascist fucking stupid ass right to the banhammer. The fuck out of my chat. There's no way this play is correct, because if they play anything here, I lose. Chat! At 5 fucking years old, my children had to run drills, or I don't even know, whatever the fuck you want to call them, in case someone walks into their grade school with a semi-automatic rifle and opens fucking fire. And if you don't think that that's abhorrent, fuck you, you're a shit human being. I don't need you watching my content. You can leave and go find someone else that'll deal with your terrible human being of a person. We shouldn't have to live this way, and we're the only country in the world that has to live this way. It's unacceptable. And if you're gonna say, well, Jeff, automobiles kill people too, why don't you get rid of cars? Do you know how many regulations we have on automobiles? Do you know how you have to license them, and you have to insure them, and all of these other things that we track because they're a dangerous tool that can kill people? Yeah, that's the case. That's all reasonable people want to have happen with firearms. There are so many things that can be done between doing nothing like we do now and getting rid of every gun in the country. And if you think getting rid of every gun is the only solution, you're just fucking stupid. I can't help you. I can't interact with you. Like, there's no helping you understand just how much you don't get it.
Opponent snapped.
I think it's getting 8-4. Yeah, got him. Nice snap, Boomer.
Victory.
Nice. Now I think I just do this. Yes. Silver Samurai here would be an absolute nuts draw, would enable Dakin, and then also enable Stature. Obviously, secondary would like to hit Black Bolt just so we can enable Stature, but ideally we find what's his name here? Is it for this?
I am Iron Man.
Ah, rip.
I am Iron Man.
How come you were considering Jeff on the right? I was considering Jeff on the right because playing Jeff on the right guarantees that Silk jumps to the left. Would be the reason to put Jeff there. I automatically assume my opponent's fist bump is in good faith here because they fist bumped me in the game that they lost 8 cubes. So given the context of how they've behaved as a human being in the rest of the match, I think the fist bump after their fortunate win there is more than reasonable. Context is key. Details matter. Okay. I thought the fist bump was always respect. You thought wrong. Any other questions? Oh my god, this Spectrum is about to freaking savage them, chat. This hand's actually the nuts here, right? Because I get to do this, and then I get to Miles, Stature, Spectrum twice over here next turn. It's actually insane. So let me shred your hand here on the Carmartage. And then this is worth 6 as well because of Lucas. They can get up to 14 here. It's probably just play hard for the right? Merit to spreading out. The problem with playing for the center is if they rock slide me, they just get huge there. I'm a little concerned about Iron Man on the right though.
I am Iron Man.
I found the rock. found a rook.
I still win, right? They're gonna get 6 more in the middle, but we're good to go. The spectrum on the Valentina. I'm talking about good RNG. Yeah, see, but it's just this one. That was a fun set. I'm glad we kept that. We had a little bit of a rocky start. But we kept at it and cleaned up. I think the core of this archetype is very, very reasonable. The Miles stature stuff has so many good cards in it. I like this build that's doing other non-Darkhawk stuff. The Darkhawk stuff in it's obviously good too, but the non-Darkhawk stuff felt solid. Luke Cage especially, like, well, obviously he has synergy with Valentina like we saw in that last game by making her 6 drops bigger. He's really just so good at mitigating so much variance in this game. He hoses particular opposing cards, that he mitigates so much location variance that you can hit. This build's definitely a bit more susceptible to Mobius than the Darkhawk build, since your Miles, Stature, and Valentina all dislike that card, but yeah, Luke felt really solid. I think the only other comment, and honestly it's one that I don't know that there's a clean answer on how to fix it, is that Dakin Silver Samurai felt pretty clunky, or Dakin with Silver Samurai being his only enabler felt a bit clunky. But I don't know that I necessarily would change that. I like the Valentina Luke stuff. I feel like this I could take or leave, these two. But the core of what's going on here is definitely good. And there's a lot of different ways you could fill in the details on this shell. Yes, this was a viewer deck submission. Write that one down. That one may or may not get a highlight. We won't be able to monetize it because Google doesn't like when I tell the gun nuts to fuck off in YouTube videos, but it's fine. It was worth it. We'll see how much though. We're at a point with the OTA coming up on Thursday. If the OTA changes too much, I don't like to post stuff that was recorded before the OTA after it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have a kind of light OTA this week, since the format's in a pretty good spot. Like, it should be a deck for me to try. I actually was gonna say, I think this is this looks like my last deck submission I had in the queue. We have any subs hanging out? We're gonna be streaming for a little bit yet. If you want to submit something, the link there in chat. Take a tip. Let's open a couple caches while we wait a minute and see. I've got Angel as a variant to pop out of these at some point. Is it worth upgrading any cards just to unlock new cards on the green line thing? Yes, the green line thing is the primary way you get more cards in Marvel Snap. So you should 100% just be upgrading your cards to get stuff as you have resources to do so. Remember, upgrading your cards never increases the power level of them. It's purely cosmetic stuff. So you can't really upgrade the wrong cards, so to speak. Well, that's Angel cosmetic, but it's not the one we were thinking about. I feel like there's 50 cards we could buff without messing up the meta. I agree. I think there's a number of cards that are a little bit weak. I'm mostly expecting buffs and not a ton of nerfs on Thursday. You want me to play Hand Pump on the ladder? Sure. Is Nocturne worth grabbing with tokens? Yeah, I think Nocturne's a fine token pickup. Nocturne was one of the cards I recommended picking up with tokens in my recent cash review video. I would be worried about 3-cost Lockjaw bringing the Wrath of Hela back down upon us. And she's a pretty deeply unfun card, so I wouldn't really want that to happen. Oh, Bannon donated to chat. Chat, if you have a deck list and you didn't have dollary dues to submit it, I will entertain chat decks courtesy of Patton. Give me a link, not a deck export. If you give me a deck code, I'm gonna ignore you. And we're gonna time you out. What card am I looking forward to coming up? I am really looking forward to the Season Pass card next month. That is a fucking cursed pile of Marvel Snap cards. Pixie Galactus, holy Please stop, gamers.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Every time I've tried to play goblins recently, I have just gotten absolutely demolished. So I think I'm gonna take a pass on playing goblins. Who's the next season pass card? Keep Bishop is the next season pass card. Annie is gone right now. It's not just Annie. It's Annie. It's destroy cards. I think we're torch gamers. We played a little bit of that deck earlier, Silence, FYI. Can you try this deck with Wasp instead of Bakari? I mean, we're playing Wasp and Bakari, gamer. Very much not a Project Pegasus deck.
Escaped.
The people that like to ask me questions when I've made really nominal changes to a deck list that I'm working on, the answer to that question is basically always the same. I don't know. Playing different, I'm playing games with different variations, trying to figure it out. Post infinite matchmaking at all related to your rank? I don't understand your question.
Snap.
Of course, post infinite matchmaking is based on your rank. Masters made Bakari cheaper, got him. I like this deck a lot, it just feels like it's missing something in terms of consistency. You know how you make up for consistency in a deck like this, chat? There's this red fucking button in the corner of the screen, right here. Fun fact. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna draw a massive freaking Sebastian Shaw. We're gonna contest all 3 lanes here. It's gonna be freaking glorious. Jeff, I think you're obligated to say, dude, where's my Makari? Every single time you play it. Absorbing Man over Wolverine. No, I want the Absorbing Man to copy Mr. Sinister on the last turn. Our drop's still alive. Yeah, drops run until a week from today. It's worth noting that the opponent's fully concentrated in the center, but they have 8 points that can spread out here. Yeah, I guess if I draw Mysterio, I'm gonna wish that I played Okoye, but if I draw Shaw, I want to play. I'm gonna hold the Absorbing Man. Mysterio. I think we're just torched, unfortunately. The Makari running center, so I couldn't play more stats there is a little rough. Only add 11. I could add 12 on the left, getting 19, and they have 3 for free. Need to be able to contest all 3 here, and unfortunately cannot. Not a bad draw considering we didn't have a Gwenpool, and they did.
Escaped.
Gwenpool and Shaw both being stuck in our bottom 3, not tenable against their strong draw here. I like the opponent's deck. Professor X is in there, I would assume. Maybe they could be a Surfer pile too. Luke Cage makes me think they could be Surfer. You're looking for card replacement suggestions in this deck, or you haven't seen it before, I'd recommend checking out my best decks roundup from last week. Some of my pocket picks in there. Been playing it a bunch on stream.
This just in.
Please, for the love of God, don't tell people to play Hulkbuster in this deck. Stop it. I think any reasonable playable Marvel Snap card that costs like 1 energy ideally is probably fine, with some 2 energy cards likely also being fine, like Forge. Martyr sounds fine. Our deck gets its board full pretty consistently. Dazzler could be okay. 2 energy gets a little bit harder to weave into your curve at key spots, I think. We just gotta add a Warlock, video gamers. I'm just sliding the cards around. Not my dance. They're just like I don't know, probably somewhere between 13 and 15 cards that feel like they could work in this deck, and I'm just trying to play different versions to try and figure out which ones actually feel good. I don't really have a strong or developed opinion on which ones are ideal. I don't know what an ideal 12 cards looks like for this brand new archetype that I haven't played a ton of games with. Hoping to draw Mysterio next turn. Mysterio or Makari are the two cards we're hoping to hit here. Mysterio just fans out across the board with a bunch of Vastos triggers and a Koye buff, and then Makari plays for free alongside Iron Man, which is nice. Iron Lad has so many bricks in this deck, it sounds like a really atrocious card to put in. So it's basically a coin flip. Do they play for the center or not?
I am Iron Man.
We'd have won the game with the other way, right? Side. And again, like, it's really easy to take two losses like that are close and get discouraged. But like, the reality is, like, the cards we were looking for, Mysterio and Gwenpool, were buried in our bottom four cards, and we still got to a coin flip last turn against the perceived best deck of the format, yeah? So you can't really focus on the result so much as the, like, alright, what happened to get me to that result? Most of the Gwenpool decks I've seen have really goofy mana curves. Are you blind? Do you not see what's currently on your screen, or are you just, like, randomly talking about other things? Because the deck currently on your screen is all tightly packed down at the bottom. Makari not hitting Sinister London is great for us, obviously. We might actually run out of space on the board now is the problem, I suppose. They're going to 22 on the left. I'm going to 37. We beat that, yeah. Easy peasy. So, for people that haven't seen this deck before, the way the Mysterio clones work is the Mysterio clones just have 4 less power than the real Mysterio. So this is 16, the clones are 12. One of the things that's nice about this deck is it's very easy for your opponents to talk themselves into staying because they don't know exactly what you buffed. Even when they see you set up really crazy stuff, they don't know exactly how crazy it's going to be because they don't see what's in your hand. Why'd you play out Wasp on turn 4? Because putting Wasp on the board means Gwenpool is more likely to hit the other cards in my hand. It's the primary thing Wasp does in this deck is allow you to get your hand smaller to maximize the chance that your Gwenpool bonuses go on things like Mysterio, Mr. Sinister, and Sebastian Shaw. Alright, have some adverts. We're going to play some more of this when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. This is my favorite deck right now, too. Feels really good. Wanna Gold Conquest with this one, too. It's weird that there's a legitimately strong deck where Nakia is best of slot. Yeah, it's like, honestly, a testament to, it's a testament to how good second hitter is at their jobs. That like cards like Okoye and Nakia feel relevant in here. On Corvain, thank you for the nice amount of months and that very generous tier 3. Appreciate the 69-month resubscription. I hit the booster limit with this deck. It's been so much fun. Bro told me to stop playing. Yep. Yep. You know, Fastos. You can try Nico in the Fastos slot. Or Forge if you're missing Nico as well. Book a deck list for Havoc. I really don't have any Havoc lists I love at the moment, unfortunately. Chavez, Fastos, and Nico are like 3 cards competing for 2 slots in my mind right now in this deck, and I don't know which of the 2 are ideal. Gwenpool in my opening hand. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. They're error shimming. Lovely. Looking for Okoye, Fastos, Nakia, Chavez here. Do a playable deck with Daredevil in your mind. Yeah, you should check out I posted a control with Supergiant Control over the weekend. Favorite deck featuring Daredevil. White Palace is actually incredibly bad for us because it means that I have extra crap in my hand. Makes my Gwenpool worse. Unironically, I think I'm just doing nothing again here. want all Pixel Galactus. I don't know that I'm going to do more viewer decks today. I think we might just rock on this one for a little bit. Is Super Control playable without Makari? Yeah, I think Squirrel Girl's a fine sub for that. This is definitely going to come down to Gwenpool RNG. Doesn't really make what I just said any less true. It's a real shame we didn't draw Nakia here, because Nakia with Grandmaster would have been better than Absorbing Man Gwenpool here, I think. It's always kind of sad to me when the Aeroship deck gets good cards that should be in their deck, but they're not playing, so they get them at random. Our curve this game was really bad. Not having any of Okoye, Chavez, Nakia, Fastos in our opener really sucks. Well, Grandmaster doesn't do anything in the middle, unfortunately, Pluto. I have to ask something about your stream that has confused me for so long. You should always just ask. You should never ask to ask. I think we're still winning here. I think despite our curve being atrocious and our Gwenpool rolls only being okay, we are still in a favorable spot. Average Aeroship gameplay. If you Gwen and Grandmaster left and send her into Carmartage, she would trigger twice in Carmartage when Grandmaster sends her there, yeah. Holy gamers. Go back in time even a month and tell me that I would be auto-snapping Nakia on too. Go back in time even a month and just be like, Jeff, you're about to be super excited to snap this turn to Nakia. I'd call you a fucking liar and time you out in my chat. Let's do this the other way so we can Absorbing Man Chavez if we need to. That's the good stuff right there, yeah. This means I'm gonna draw one less card that's been Fastos, but I think I'm supposed to Gwenpool this turn, because this way if I draw Absorbing Man next turn, I can Absorbing Man and Fastos, whereas if I Fastos, I can't Absorbing Man and Gwenpool next turn. Do I want to give up on the left? I think I want to give up on the left. I think I do this, and then we like Shaw here plus Mr. Sinister here. No, Grandmaster doesn't work on this board. Mysterio's super awkward. Miniaturized Lab Beans I couldn't play to that as an out. Only going to 20 on the right. 20 on the right's probably not enough. I can get plus 16 on the left up to 24. That also might not be enough. I think they just play left and right and avoid the center, right? I'm supposed to leave.
Escaped.
Talk about the weekend event. What weekend event? Elaborate. Oh, Bakari, everybody clinch. Okay, acceptable. We're playing a beer, video gamers. I think we're in a favorable spot here. They need like a big Gwenpool center this turn. And 6 power. 6 power Gwenpool doesn't do it. It's only 24 we're winning there. Yeah, I think this wins most of the time. With their Shaw in play, is it actually this? The odds they have something bigger than 11 are super small. They've played no Gwenpools. Yeah, they're just leaving.
Victory.
I think this is better given the context that they played this out. I think if they hadn't played this, I would play my Shaw on the left. But given that they played that, I'm gonna do this. We're watching for a little bit. I just realized you're not playing Surfer. It's literally just hand buffs. Yeah, you don't need Surfer in here. Alright, you want to conceal your stats until the final turn of the game is the TLDR. I think it's pretty good. It's gorgeous in gold is certainly the case. If we draw a Mr. Sinister or a Sebastian Shaw, we will Nakia on 3. If we don't, we'll probably Fastos. Yeah, take down the pit if you can, man. That's perfect. God, Luke Cage is such a good Marvel Snap card, chat. Holy. These freaking locations. Do you mostly play Wasp for narrowing your hand size? You play Wasp 100% for narrowing your hand size. That's her only function. For Gwenpool or Absorbing Man here. 7 power Grandmaster's not bad. Likely slightly above average, perhaps even. Yeah, the rest of the team did their gosh darn diddly darndest to try and make up for Gwen not showing up, but I think we're going to be a little short here. They have a free +5 in the middle. Maybe there's a world where this wins the game. I'll look for one. It's probably a cope stay though. There is Shadow King deck. Yeah, sure thing. That's good to know. It's been so long since I've played against this Thor's deck. Shadow King is 100% their output range, and we should leave every time. No snap on that. I mean, that's a good example of like why you're bad at snap, Corum. Like, snapping there, I leave 100% of the time, so they got 1 extra cube by not snapping me. Snapping at a spot like that is a textbook example of a boomer snap. You easily buff everything here with Surfer. My dear gamer in Christ, there are literally only 4 3 energy cards in my hand. So can we please, for half a second, take a step back and have a little bit of self-reflection on the idea that perhaps you are very fucking wrong about your assessment. Yeah, if 3 out of 12 is your definition of everything, holy. 4 out of 12. Whatever, some really low number. Not the droid we're really looking for at this point. Their start's not stellar either here, at least. Pretty terrifying. I like this version of hand buff better than the Surfer version. You say Surfer hand buff like it's an established archetype and I should know what 12 cards you're talking about when you say that. The long and short of it is there isn't anybody really working on or innovating or practicing any of these deck lists or tweaking and tuning them other than me, and I've not played a ton of Surfer, so I don't really have strong opinions on what's better or worse with minute details being changed. And there isn't data that I can look at to make that assessment either, because everybody's just playing the same Loki Erishim bullshit soup. Skelly is so bad for a Gwenpool deck, holy. I don't know what that is, Purlpin. Like that's like 24 hours of Marvel Snap ago for me. And it's like 3,000 different deck lists I've looked at ago. Only play card and deck building type games. I only play card and deck building type games on stream because my audience is primarily people who watch card and deck building type games. However, I play a lot of different games off stream. Zabu on 2 instead of 3. Why would I want to ramp with Zabu? What am I ramping into? To what end? There's no good Gwen hits in my hand.
I found a rock.
I found a rock. Other games do I play in my free time? Mostly RPG story games. Genshin Impact, Witcher 3, Horizon Zero Dawn, that type of stuff. Twenty's probably enough to do here. Is 40 enough for the middle? It's not, right? Game was relatively close considering Triskelion was super bad for us. This gave us too much crap in hand. Cluttered us up. Yeah, Horizon series is really good. Any new stuff you're recommending besides Baldur's Gate 3? I actually didn't really play much Baldur's Gate 3. I like real-time combat games. Stuff like Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. Oh yeah, they're a Killmonger deck too, most likely. I don't know if that's actually strictly a given. There's a lot of these Surfer decks that don't have room for Killmonger anymore. I don't think it's automatically given that you play around Killmonger that you're playing against Surfer unless you see Nova. I explicitly don't play games like Elden Ring that have wasting your time because you're supposed to get good as a core feature. If my goal is to feel angry while I'm playing a video game, I'll play a competitive game like Marvel Snap, not a single-player game. One of the beauties of playing single-player games is that you should get to enjoy your entire gaming experience. I also think the entire culture around those games is weird. It's weird that they have a hyper-focus on you're supposed to get good as a feature, but then also you can, like, grind extra levels out. Dread Hearthstone or Magic Arena. This stream reached full-time content production on Magic the Gathering. Even before Arena release, it was my primary game before this. Magic the Gathering is a dated game that hasn't aged particularly well, in my opinion.
Opponent snapped.
I feel like I'm missing Nico in these games. Having the ability to periodically draw extra cards is something I've wanted. And obviously it doesn't come up every game, but yeah, I don't think I have enough payoffs. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'll put Nico in our deck for a little bit.
Escaped.
Thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh is a game I don't have a lot of experience with. We did a sponsored thing for their digital client, and it's kind of obtuse to get into. There's not really a clear way to like help you understand how to build better decks to get better at the game. So the onboarding leaves a bit to be desired. The gameplay itself seemed kind of neat, but the onboarding was basically non-existent. This location's pretty medium for us. Opponent's deck is almost assuredly a Shang-Chi deck.
Opponent snapped.
So not good for us. Do you still play paper Magic in your spare time? No, Wizards of the Coast killed the game that I used to like playing called Magic the Gathering. In fact, to give you an opinion on what you said, direction they've taken with Modern, one of the main things I really used to love playing about Magic the Gathering was their non-rotating formats, and Wizards of the Coast releasing their first Modern Horizon set was the beginning of the end of my enjoying Magic the Gathering. Them realizing they could soft rotate their non-rotating formats through power creep and $7 to $10 booster packs was just like truly atrocious. The formats were no longer about finding sweet synergies with old cards that existed for a while. They were about just like playing whatever the most fucked up cards were in the latest Modern Horizon set. You go and look at all of the you go and look at the latest Magic the Gathering Modern tournaments. They're just like a bunch of cards that have released in the last couple of years because they've been power crept to death and back. Yeah, you have Pioneer for now, but I assume that that's not going to last very long either. I'm doing well, Dougie. Good evening. You tried Baldur's Gate. I really don't play many turn-based games in my off time. I find it less enjoyable than, time things. Hit our location change, or I guess it could be the last one here.
Escaped.
You play any tabletop RPGs? No. It's long. It's way too long of a time commitment for sitting in one place for too long. Sitting in one place too long. I have 3 children who are 10 and younger. The idea that I have 3 to 5 hours, even 1 to 4 nights a month, to consistently get together with other people and play a tabletop RPG is basically non-existent. It's just not a thing for most parents. Wow, this has been an atrocious set of location variants and others for us. We also I think the number of games we've had Gwenpool on for with this deck since we started playing is like single digit. It's taking fucking forever. It's 5:15. We've had some shit variants. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. We'll be back tomorrow for a new card release. Find someone to read. Looks like Obi has just signed on. They're a Hooglandian, always hanging out here in chat, so I'm gonna read you over their way. Check them out if you're looking for some more staff drops today. Also, if you didn't check it out, check out my budget text video on the YouTube site. Appreciate everybody that's given that one some engagement so far. We'll see you tomorrow for some Ajax and others.